Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Select Board meeting. It is Tuesday, April 7th. Today I'm pinch hitting for Chair Bernard Green, who's not able to join us. We will first be going into executive session, or I will be moving that we do so. I move that we go into an executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, Purpose 3, for the purpose of discussing litigation strategy related to a claim by Anthony Buono, Alec Lebovitz, Jocelyn Murphy, Richard Murphy, and Danelle Sean O'Neill Sr., seeking reimbursement for attorney's fees following an investigation into potential violations of town policies and state laws, and that we also go into an executive session for approving the executive session meeting minutes, Purpose 7, of March 10th, 2025, and March 24th. 2026, and March 24th, 2026. So, John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. We will be returning to open session following the executive session. Good evening again. Welcome back to our Select Board meeting of April 7th, 2026. We will now proceed to announcements and updates. Do any Select Board members have any announcements or updates to make? John.
I had a question, and Chaz, I apologize for springing this on you, and I think we can hold you harmless if there is no clear answer. But don't ask me why. Somehow the question of signs being placed all over town at this season of the year, it has been on my mind lately. And I have noticed some signs being posted on tree lawns. So do we have a clear policy on what happens to political signs that are posted on tree lawns?
Yes, if they are posted on public property, they are taken off public property. The exception is you can put up signs. Let me reconfirm this. So this is off the top of my head, but my recollection is, and I will happily reconfirm this, that political signs are allowed to be placed up the night before the election, but they can't be placed within 150 feet of a polling place. And there are markers at the polling places that say where they can and can't be placed, but that otherwise signs, political or otherwise, cannot be placed on public property. They have to be placed, if you own the private property, you can put up a sign there, but please do not put up signs, advocacy things, any of that stuff on public property. That's not allowed.
And that includes signs related to ballot questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Bernard, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
He's co-host, so he should be fine.
All right, in the meantime, any other Select Board members?
It looks like he's muted.
He can unmute himself.
All right,
David,
here we go.
I'm sorry, I was
Go ahead.
muted. I think it'd be useful to circulate that policy to the campaigns, because historically, some campaigns understand it and obey. Other campaigns, particularly new candidates, don't. So it'd be good. And if the town takes signs down, there's a big reaction. So I think it's useful to send that to the campaigns. Secondly, I want to say that I recently had a little medical situation. It was serious, but not fixable. And I am just recovering. So I'm meeting from home, and hopefully I'll be able to go through the meeting, but bear with me if I get incoherent at some point.
Bernard, you're always very coherent, and hopefully you'll make it through and we'll be feeling better soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other announcements or updates? Chaz.
Yeah, just a really short one. It's Public Health Recognition Week, and the Public Health Carnival is down at the high school, I believe, from 3:30 to 6:30. I will double check the timing there, but just want to acknowledge all the good work that our public health department does. I encourage folks to come down to the carnival on Thursday. It's a lot of fun. It's very educational, but not bad edutainment. It's good edutainment. So you'll learn something and you'll have fun. So come on down to the Public Health Carnival.
All right, thank you for that. And why don't we now move into public comment? Melanie, if you'd like to read the instructions.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comments by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting.
All right, so do
Nobody
we?
signed up.
All right, no one has signed up. Anyone in the room? All right, if you'd like to come up.
Have you signed up for your specific topics?
Oh, okay. All right. All right, then with that, we'll move on to miscellaneous items, licenses.
Got one person with their hand up.
Oh, okay. Hannah Klott, you want to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes?
Yeah, hi, sorry. My camera is just not working right now, but I wanted to speak about warrant article 25, which would be asking Brookline to remove itself from BRIC, which is the Boston Regional.
Sorry to pause you, but we're going to be having a public hearing on warrant article 25 later on in our meeting, and you're welcome to participate at that point. This is for general public comments on topics that will not be addressed via public hearings later on in our meeting.
Okay, yeah, then that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else online have their hand raised? It appears not. So with that, we will move on to miscellaneous, approval of miscellaneous items, licenses, and contracts. Any members have questions about any of these items, 5A through 5F?
Are we taking 5A separately?
Because it's the minutes, yeah.
Yes, we can do 5A separately. But any questions on any of these items first? All right, seeing none, I move that we approve the meeting minutes from March 31st, 2026. Bernard?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Next, I move approval in omnibus fashion of 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, and 5F. Bernard?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. With that, we will now move to department budget reviews. And first up, the building department, Dan Bennett.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. There.
Melanie, can I share my screen?
You should be able to. Yep.
Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I can.
Thank you. I have Charlie Simmons, Director of Public Buildings here, and Paul Campbell, my Deputy Building Commissioner. This screen up here now shows the functions and responsibilities for the different divisions within the building department. It identifies some of the workload indicators, work orders, in-house, service contracts, permits reviewed and issued, performed inspections, as well as complaints. And under construction renovation, it identifies projects that we are working on or have completed recently. Some of the accomplishments we've had over the past year is with the Excella permitting system, we were able to incorporate a new demolition process that has streamlined the project process a little bit. The applicant doesn't have to run all over town. It's all done on the screen. Each department gets notified, they check a box, it gets approved, and we can issue the permit. In addition, we've moved forward with our capital improvement plan. The Pierce School construction is ongoing. Fire stations 1 and 4 continue. We completed the Brookline High School tunnel project. And something that we've done that's not on here is some of the roofs. We're moving forward with our roofing contract that we did 3 or 4 roofs over the summer at the high school, and we're going to be doing 5, 6, or 7 roofs this summer again across town. In addition, on the sustainability side, we have completed the electrification of the senior center, and under our pilot energy code process, we have approximately 31 new structures that are fossil fuel free. Some of the goals for the fiscal year would be in the budget book. I don't know if you noticed, there is a provision in there that Chaz had put in with respect to investigating or analyzing a inspectional services department. So that's something that, you know, staff would work on over the next year with them. We would want to increase interdepartmental workflow with respect to certificate of occupancies, TCOs, which are temporary occupancies, certificate of inspections, and other functions that we can, you know, kind of get a better handle on. And again, always advancing sustainability through, you know, solar, electrification, and other, you know, means necessary. Some of the current and long-term goals that we have are, if there was to be an inspectional services division, you know, code enforcement and zoning program would be part of that, incorporating, you know, maybe possibly some new staff, but certainly, you know, a better complaint and investigation division. We would advance streamlining some of the process through the Excella program, again, trying to expand that as much as possible. The select board just recently went online with all certificate of inspection applications. We're doing that. As I said earlier, the demo permit is something that's out there. We are working on accessory dwelling units. We're working on other applications that we have to try to, again, you know, streamline that process and make it easier for the consumer. With respect to some of the functions and operations that we've done that help with the select board's goals, the Excella portal is one of the primary ones. Every department in town uses them. This will expand potentially some efficiencies and help, you know, some of these processes go, you know, a bit faster and potentially smoother. And again, efforts on sustainability, specifically electrification. Chaz and Charlie have worked very hard in trying to fund these projects. Again, we finished up the senior center. There's money in the budget if everything passes for the town hall. We've got solar going on the Driscoll that will be town owned. We're looking to do the same thing for the Pierce School. And the fire station renovations, when those are done, all those buildings will be fossil fuel free. With respect to some of the services the department does, you know, some of these larger buildings, the newer schools, the high school facility, the Driscoll School, and when the Pierce School comes online, these energy management systems are, you know, much larger, much bigger, and more involved than what was previously there. So this is something that our staff continues to struggle with. Charlie does his best with what we've got, and we're trying to find a way to, you know, assist us, you know, staff in moving forward in handling all of these things that happen. The repair and maintenance is another, you know, continuing, you know, effort. You know, we've got funding cuts. We've been underfunded, you know, due to inflation. We had just heard at a recent advisory committees that the schools did not put any money in their override request for opening the Pierce School. So in FY28, something's got to be worked out. We're going to have to try to, you know, figure that out as we go forward. Local regulations for zoning and other. It hasn't been as big this year. You know, there are a lot of changes last year, but there are some state level things that are happening, specifically ADUs and some of the approval processes that we go through and what they're asking for under those conditions, you know, continue to, you know, take up staff time. And, you know, we have to educate the public and educate ourselves because this is kind of a moving target sometimes. And we have another ADU bylaw coming in front of the town meeting in May. And lastly, building codes and other codes. They're always changing. They're always modifying them, adding them, bringing up, you know, some of them up to with the latest technology. So those are things we, you know, there's learning curves there that we have to educate the public. They educate us sometimes, and we, you know, continue to move forward with that. in the current budget, we'd just like to continue on with the relationship we have with the sustainability division. That's something that Charlie has worked very hard with his staff and Erin's staff to, keep that, going and moving forward, as well as the Excella, again, enhancements and expansion. Charlie was able to get the school department to convince, to buy into this unlicensed HVAC technician that we were able to get for the town about 2 years ago. This person takes care of a lot of the preventative maintenance, changes belts, motors, filters, and this is a big part of our program, the HVAC systems out there. So we're able to get 2 on the school side, which will help move forward. I'm not sure if you recall, we've got 3 HVAC positions licensed that we've been unable to fill because the salaries were just too low. So this is our way to kind of see how this goes, with that. And we are expecting a savings, but we need to do it for a little while before we know that specific amount. If we were not constrained by any budgetary restrictions, again, we'd move very fast with electrification of our vehicle fleet, electrification of town buildings and school buildings. That's a multi-million-dollar, project. The numbers fluctuate tremendously because I think everybody's doing it, and there are severe lead times. I would also like to fully fund the repair and maintenance budget, as well as finding some way to get something in a budget for the opening of the Pierce School in FY28. And again, code enforcement and expanding that division, would be a target if we moved into some sort of an inspectional services division. These last slides show some of the current projects that are ongoing, both private and public, and then some work done by the public buildings division. So we have here 1180 Boylston Street. It's a 6-story mixed-use building. It's a 40B. On the right, we have the Porsche dealership down on Com Ave. These are some Pierce School photos from last year that provide, where we were then and where we are now. We've got a project on the corner of St. Paul and Sewell Ave. This is a 13-unit multifamily building. We worked with that developer, or the town did, to save that original building and provide an addition. That will be all combined with, 13 units. On the right side, that's Solaire Drive, which is the project that is across from the reservoir on Boylston Street, corner of Catlin and Boylston. That's 12 townhouses. That was in court for probably 3 or 4 years, so that's what's delayed the implementation of that project. These are some slides of work at the Crane Pool, the terrazzo floor in the lobby, some painting and striping of the grandstands. And the last slide provides some work that was done by Public Buildings. Select Board Hearing Room has new carpeting. We've got some carpeting in the hallways up in Fire Administration, and over in the Health Building. In the Denny Room, it's a fresh coat of paint, some shades, and new flooring as well. So that's my presentation. If you got any questions?
Any questions?
Yes, I have one.
All right, go ahead, Bernard.
Yeah. First of all, Dan, this was an excellent report. Let me see if I can get my video. It's helpful, in my opinion, to the Select Board's understanding of your work and its challenges, and how you are aligning with our Select Board goals, which is important. And secondly, sort of a question, and maybe this is best directed somewhere else, but I'm going to just ask you it because you raised this, or you presented it. So I didn't realize that there's a Porsche dealership going up in Brookline on Commonwealth Avenue. And I assume that that's going to generate a huge amount of excise taxes on their inventory. Is that correct? Maybe that's for Chaz.
Yeah. I don't know about the excise tax, but there was an existing dealership there. They tore this is part of the Herb Chambers. I think he's gone right down the street. This is the last building that he's doing. So they tore the old building down. They're building this one in its place. It's going relatively well. I've got minimal, complaints from neighbors. because it's kind of on the outskirts, but I haven't gotten any complaints from, Brookline or even, the Brighton portion of Boston. But with respect to excise tax, I don't know if Chaz has the answer to that, or somebody in maybe the assessors or treasury.
I don't have the
Henry,
answer off the top of my head,
Okay.
but yes,
Yeah.
we'll talk about it and get you an answer on that. I don't think
Yeah.
there'll be a significant shift, but we will double check.
Okay, I didn't realize this was a continuation of the Honda dealership there, what used to be there. Finally, there was a troubling item in our miscellaneous calendar, Dan. We have authorized the hiring of a building commissioner. I mean, that's troubling because in my experience over many years, it's going to be difficult to replace you. And I'd like to thank you for your work. And I don't have a lot of interaction with you, and many times it's your gruff manner, but always the quality of what you do is top rate, and I appreciate that. It's noticed and appreciated. So,
Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you very much for your report and the breadth of the work that you do. And I particularly want to commend the progress that you're making with the Acela system in terms of streamlining the processes for the town in interacting with both the building department and others. I had two specific questions. One was, you mentioned that there are now 31 buildings in the town that are fossil fuel free. And I'm wondering what the denominator of that is, how many buildings there are total?
I'd have to go back to the total because it's only been about, I think we're in our third year, but that's just for this past year. I did not add the total, but it's been about 30, 35 a year. So I would say we're somewhere in the 100 range for that.
Great. And the second question I have, a lot of constituents talk about the need for faster inspections. And the thing I'm wondering from your perspective is to what extent the backlog of inspections are delaying any receipt of permit fees or other revenue for the town.
So the permits are applied for upfront and paid for at the time of application. So that fee comes in before any inspections are being done. So I would say there wouldn't be anything holding up permit fees or an application process. But I do have one vacant position right now. One of my inspectors went to become commissioner in another community. So I have 4. So we do have a little bit of a backlog on the inspections for his district as well as his permit applications. And we've shifted some things around to try to make up for that. I think the biggest backlog for inspections is with the plumbing, gas, and the electrical, because they're one-man shows. We have deputies that come in once or twice a week and help out. So that's probably the biggest area where there's a bit of a backlog, which could be a day or two.
Thank you.
A question I have is regarding fines. So is there a amount of revenue that's been generated off of fines? Is there a plan in place to collect fines? These are questions that frequently get raised with me by constituents.
Yeah, so, I've kind of shifted my policy on that because, so enforcement can take 2 avenues. One could be you go to court and you try to get the judge or the clerk magistrate to issue something to the applicant. With the town council's workload, that's been, difficult. And the court is, delayed, sometimes 2-3 months. So I've tried to implement fines. We do get fines. It's not a huge amount of money, but I've resorted to writing the fines, and depending upon, what the violation is, depends on the amount. So it's 50, 100, or 300 under the zoning. I did find recently, there was a property over at 73 Beverly Road that was torn down without a permit, and I fined them $10,000, which was paid, relatively quickly to avoid any further issues. So that's probably one of the biggest ones, and that was probably within the last 6 months. The other ones would be smaller in that, 50, 100, 300, range, but it's not typically not a large sum of money.
Sometimes in lieu of fines, will an occupancy permit be withheld?
Yes, if there's yes, I would hold up issuance of a and I think we've got a, for instance, I can't issue permits or certificates, whether it's an occupancy or a certificate of inspection or even issue a building permit, excuse me, if they're behind in their taxes. So that's one, so we have a relationship on the Excella. They will put a hold on that. So someone will try to apply, they'll call us and say, we can't apply. It's not letting us go through, and we can look at it and say, well, you owe taxes. So that's, one benefit of the Excella, one of the many benefits of the Excella process. But if there's a violation or if they owe some sort of fees, yeah, we would not issue any one of those certificates or permits until that fee was paid.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Quick, maybe?
John?
Dan, I want to pick up on what Bernard Green said. I admit when I looked at that, I convinced myself it wasn't you, but now I'm led to believe it did refer to you. And I just want to say on your behalf, I think as select board members, we try not to be too intrusive in terms of helping constituents with issues that they might have with any department at Town Hall. And in Dan's case, I would say our interactions have been judicious, and only when there was a quick route to solving a problem, and you were the person who would best intervene. And in every single one of those instances, I came away so satisfied with the ability of you, and it's representative of the ability of our staff at Town Hall to be responsive to constituents, to take seriously even the most minor kinds of complaints. And I'm not saying this is minor, but the most recent example was, someone was a little bit disconcerted that there was a certificate in an elevator and it hadn't been brought up to date. That was dealt with expeditiously by you, and in a way that I think educated me, educated the constituent about the process of elevator inspections, excuse me, and at the same time made clear that this was going to be taken care of. So thank you, not just for that, but for those instances over my years on the board that we've had dealings with each other to try to solve somebody's problem, and you always came through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate all the kind words, and I couldn't be where I am today without a lot of my staff, with Paul and Charlie and Lap and all the inspectors and tradesmen. But I thank you all and it's been a great time. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here. There are some tough times and tough days, but you get through them, and hopefully the good days outweigh the bad.
All right, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, Dan. We will now
Thank you.
Move on to the next presentation from Planning and Community Development. Kara.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. With me on this floor is 2/3 of my division heads, Awana Linda Smith of Community Planning and Meredith Mooney, Economic Development. Polly Silko is down at Advisory because we're supposed to be presenting our budget there as well right now. So we'll see how this goes. But we can bring Polly up here if you have any questions. Our department's mission, for those of you that don't know us well, we are responsible for positively affecting the people that live and work here today, as well as those who could be part of the Brookline community in the future. At the local level, we have an impact and are very proud of having an impact on our regional housing crisis, our nation's systemic racial inequities, and the global climate emergency.
Got it. Sorry.
Just going to go through a couple of accomplishments and objectives for next fiscal year. There's many more in the budget book, and be glad to talk about any other ones that you want to talk more about. So in fiscal 26, by the end of this fiscal year, we will have a draft of the comprehensive plan. And there are 6 kind of chapters or categories that have risen to the top over the last year or two of process, and that's community well-being, livable neighborhoods, mobility and accessibility, thriving commercial areas, expanded housing options, climate action, and resiliency. So we've gotten that far in the process, and we should be able to wrap up the comprehensive plan by this fall. So thank you to Paul Warren and Linda Pelkey for leading the comprehensive plan steering group and moving that forward with 2 very big pushes of public outreach. As you know, we have finalized the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study recommendations, including preparing zoning articles for town meeting in coordination with a lot of support from DPW related to infrastructure. We've continued community work with the Fisher Hill West Uses Advisory Committee, thanks to Bernard Green for chairing that group, to make recommendations for the permanent use of the municipal property that the town owns at the top of Fisher Hill, and that includes securing a state planning grant of $150,000. We continued assisting the Brookline Housing Authority with funding and related federal compliance for the construction phase of 32 Marion and the construction document phase of High Walnut Street property. Both of these will significantly further the town's goal of increasing the percentage of deed-restricted affordable units. And the reason I bring up these examples is because a lot of times when the permitting is done, as Dan was talking about, people think, okay, that's all that our staff have to do. In the case of projects like this that are funded either locally with housing trust funds or sometimes in combination with federal funds, there's certain document review that we have to do on behalf of that agency for making sure federal funding compliance is in place, and also helping them as they seek other state grants that leverage our local funding. Also in town meeting for this spring is a result of working with the Housing Advisory Board's Accessory Dwelling Unit Subcommittee. That subcommittee also included people from different groups, including someone from Advisory Committee, from the Land Use Committee, and we thought that was really a helpful process and one that we'd like to reproduce as other policy issues come from the state. That way everybody's kind of working on it together as a group, public meetings. We also did a preview of the ADU bylaw with Advisory in order to, before the warrant closed, in order to help bring up the understanding of what we needed to do to get that done, to be in state compliance. We completed our ARPA-funded projects. They are done. You've seen them, everything from art murals to small business grant programs, expanding the parklets. Moving on to FY27, on the left side here are the select board goals for FY27, not all of them, but there's 5 of them there that we think most directly relate to us. And on the right side is the goals that we put in our budget book. They are extremely aligned, and I just want to take a minute to thank you all and thank Town Administrator Carey for working in these last couple of years to work on those goals together when we have time to plan for them and then execute. So our kind of aligned FY27 goals with the planning department, supporting the elements of different plans that have either been finished or are about to be finished, increasing Brookline revenue that would add $1 million of currently unplanned new growth, facilitating Brookline residency for public employees of some of our income restricted housing, and then also thinking about a prioritization of strategies to increase those households, as well as promoting mixed use development along Harvard Street, along with community development standards. Our operating budget is $1.38 million. Compared to last fiscal year, it's a 13% cut. The salaries are cut by 19%. And we are increasing our services line item in order to maintain some technical consulting needs for some of this plan implementation, and partially to offset some of the critical functions that are being cut. Our cuts to staff will be an impact. We think the impact to the public will be dampened due to lower permitting caseload that we're seeing this year and part of last year, as well as the completion of all those ARPA projects. So we will be okay. It's a big cut, but we will be okay, is the message here. I don't think that they're going to likely impact the Select Board's FY27 goals, but we should have a conversation as we're forming those FY28 goals together and just make sure that we're being reasonable about not adding on any additional initiatives without the staffing or other tools that we might be needed. The cuts to staff will require continued efficiencies in the way we do permitting in order to lower our caseload. We may see some additional staff cuts in FY28 and further to better align with the flatline CDBG funding and the regulations around how that should be used. And Awana will be here later tonight to talk about that. But even that might be dampened by some retirements that we're likely to see in FY27. This is our organizational structure chart. If you have any questions, but the cuts that we're having in the staffing side are vacant positions. And this has been going on for the last 6 or 7 months, some of these vacancies, and we have purposely not backfilled them, knowing that FY27 was going to be a tough year. The other thing that I think is important to let you all know is that in addition to those cuts, one of the positions, the senior housing planner position, is going off of the CDBG funded position and being picked up by the Housing Trust for FY27. So it doesn't affect the town's bottom line, but it is a shift off of CDBG funds onto the Housing Trust. The Housing Advisory Board was clear that that wasn't an ongoing vote. That was a vote to get us through the hump of FY27. So that's kind of another hint of why we may need to look at staffing levels as we move into FY28, but we'll do that in concert with the town administrator's office. And I believe, yes, that is it. I am 2 minutes early, which kind of is scary, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and along with our division heads as well.
All right, any questions from Select Board members? Paul.
Thank you, Kara, and thank you, team, the back there. Great work. Comp plan question. So for the comp plan, which will be done soon, implementation, which we still need to define specifically what the next steps are, but how are you positioned within your budget to take on additional work for the next steps on any additional planning or refinements of the comp plan?
So on the staff side, we are, with the other division heads, we have a kind of 3-year workload plan, a big, huge Gantt chart, and we know it's all going to change, but we are looking at using people like Maria Morelli, who is very good at zoning, to be ready to take on the implementation pieces. But we're also, so we have some staff that we can support from all the divisions to help the comp plan move forward. But one of the reasons why we wanted to ask for significant consulting funds is to help us with whatever Project X is that's the top priority for the town. We want to make sure that we have consulting funding to see that through.
Great. I have 2 more questions, if I may. This is an easy one. What in the world's going on with Waldo Durgan?
I know where Waldo is, but I can't tell you when Waldo is. I have heard different thoughts through the grapevine, not directly from Chestnut Hill Realty. I have heard that when they do come back to the town, they're likely to ask for additional stories. I have heard that they are not close to being ready to come back and ask for that, and I've also heard that they will soon be knocking on our door. So this is, I don't know.
No news.
No news.
Okay. And then my last question, just your thoughts on, we now have our second developer created zoning article that's coming before town meeting. We had one for Maimonides, and now we have one for Pleasant Street. I'm curious about your thoughts on the types of challenges that this creates for you, your department, perhaps for the town, and what we might be able to do to perhaps get ahead of it in some way.
Thank you for that question. Something that we have done for the past 5 or 6 years is that when a developer knocks on our door with, maybe we didn't know that they were thinking about doing something with our property, we always meet with them. We ask them questions. We talk about what the town's plans and policy documents are, what the current select board's objectives are, their top priorities. And that does change every couple of years, right? That shifts a little bit. And then we send them a memo after they leave and says, here's what you're proposing. Here's what all the town plans and policies are. And there's a gap. There's usually a gap. Here's all the ways that there's a gap. We ask them to reach out to the community. We ask them to close that gap and align their idea with plans and policies. And we also talk about what other projects are our top priorities and why a one-of parcel study, especially if it's not extremely meeting town needs and goals, is going to fall at the very bottom, if at all. So you all supporting that message, because I know a lot of you get phone calls from people that are looking for, 1/5 of a mayor. So supporting that message would be very helpful. I think the discussion with advisory committee will also tease some of this discussion out, I think, in a helpful way. And so we'll see where it goes, but sometimes not spending a lot of time and just saying no is okay.
Yeah, I guess my one more, David, thank you. I guess my concern is that at least these 2 times that it's occurred, the developer is performing community engagement, to the extent that they believe they should be doing it. And it, although I do think maybe Maimonides, there was maybe a little more interaction with your team to help navigate some of the stuff there.
Yeah.
This next one doesn't seem so as much. And I'm concerned it's problematic if we're seeing this, it's going to be happening more and more.
Yeah, the difference from my perspective of the 2 processes is in all cases, even if it's something that's allowed by current zoning, we always ask the developer to meet with the neighborhood as a first step. That happened in both cases. We followed up with town meeting members in that precinct or neighborhood representatives in both cases to make sure they had actually met with them. And we asked, what did you hear? What did you see at the meeting? What do your neighbors think? In the case of Maimonides, what we heard is, we think this could work. This is a reuse of an existing building. However, we have these 2 or 3 ideas that we'd like to make sure that we're gonna get buttoned down. And so that's where we spend our time, is making sure that what people wanted to come out of that zoning was actually on paper. In this more recent example, we didn't hear that from the community. We heard from some people who said, yes, this is great in that precinct. And we heard from some people that said, no, we can't do this without community process. What we didn't hear is this might work only if we further developed open space or we got rid of the ground floor parking. And so that's when it's not worth us to, dig in too much.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions? So one that I have is regarding the accessory dwelling units. You talked about that a bit and changes that were made via warrant articles. Where do we stand in terms of ADU permits? If it's still low, to what do you attribute the figure?
I'm going to look at Polly and see if she has anything to add. And Dan Bennett, who I'm going to miss terribly, who is our work sibling across the hall, certainly is more in the front end of this these days, along with Jonathan Simpson. So, a lot of people don't realize when we're in this in-between phase, multiple departments are working together, even case by case, to make sure that we're still meeting the state law, even though our local bylaws don't meet state standards. I believe that we're still at 3 or 4-ish ADUs a year, something like that. And a lot of those cases are ones where the structure was built in the last couple of years, and they're now coming back to Dan Bennett and asking for that to be considered an ADU. So it's like a change of use or a change of the condition. Polly, do you have anything else to add there? Okay. I don't think I answered your question, though. Can you repeat your question?
Well, to what do you attribute that it's only 3 or 4 per year? Because I think there had been this great hope that there would be a lot of homeowners in particular that want to utilize the changes in ADU law at both the state level and municipal level.
Yeah, so lack of clarity, at number one. I mean, there's certainly not as many construction cranes out right in the region, so that is an effect. But at number one, I would say because our local zoning bylaw doesn't conform to the state laws yet, and because people are allowed to do a little bit more than what our zoning says, but not, who knows exactly how that's going to be interpreted or if it has to go to Board of Appeals. Polly, go ahead.
Polly Selko, Regulatory Planning Director. I mean, what Kara said is correct. When people call and ask about ADUs and what should they do, they'd like to have an ADU. We have been explaining to them that our current zoning is not consistent with the state zoning, and therefore things are kind of up in the air, and that they really should wait if they want clarity until this town meeting, when we do hopefully pass the ADU warrant article that is consistent with what the state has said we can and cannot do.
Thank you. Another ADU-related question I have. To the extent that there is space in someone's basement, for instance, that is already in excess of 1,000 square feet, because that's just how it was when the person acquired the property, does that pre-existing condition come into play in terms of whether it can qualify as an ADU, or does someone in that situation have to essentially divide up that space so that it's no more than 1,000 feet?
Yeah, unfortunately, they would have to divide up the space because there is a maximum amount of space that's allowed for an ADU.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have questions? Michael.
So you mentioned the 3-year Gantt chart, and I want to acknowledge Paul's question about sort of the impact of these one-off projects. But I'm wondering whether there's any specific assistance from the select board that you can get in order to either streamline or accelerate what is on that 3-year plan?
I think it will be helpful for us to have probably a more in-depth conversation about the roadmap. Maybe even like when Roger Blood comes, especially related to housing issues. And I think we could even have that conversation after you've set the roadmap, but then prioritizing which of those many things should we work on. And I think having that conversation with Roger Blood, the chair of the Housing Advisory Board, would be very helpful to make sure that we're communicating to you all what to expect with different policy ideas, and then how to prioritize those into action.
And when you say the roadmap there, are you referring to the Select Board's 2030 roadmap?
Yes, yep.
Got it.
Paul?
Can we?
Just one final question from me, although others may have more questions. You mentioned that the community planning position was being funded by the HAB.
The Senior Housing Planner.
Senior Housing Planner. Chaz, is that something that needs to be approved by the Select Board?
Yes. I have not written the memo yet.
Okay.
HAB has made that recommendation. We have carried that assumption through in the budget that's before you.
Okay.
But we have not come to you and asked you to approve HAB's recommendation.
Right. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing no more hands, we will move on. Thank you very much, Kara, for the presentation. And next we have Capital Improvement Programs with Melissa Goff.
So there's hi, Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. There are a few items that the board will be taking up. The CIP, you've gone through most of the departments, and so these are basically non-departmental budgets. I do need some assistance with my presentation, so I did send it to you, Melanie, or I can log in. It would just take me a minute to log into my email here on this computer.
I've got it.
You've got it? Thank you. So we're talking about debt and interest, unclassified, and the capital improvement plan.
1 second. Come on, slideshow. Let's go.
Thank you. I'll take less, I promise.
Of course.
Thank you, Chaz.
There you go.
You can go ahead and go to the second slide.
Here we go.
Okay. So as you are aware, we have a policy that dictates funding for the CIP. That policy we are diverting from in fiscal '27, and we've talked about continuing that through the 3 years of the override. So the CIP is using 6% of prior year net revenue as the target. And then we are looking at an investment of about $259 million over the 5 years of the plan, which is approximately $43 million a year. These items in the CIP, a lot of them are kind of recurring revenues. Sorry, not recurring revenues, but recurring appropriations. Deferred maintenance is a highlight of the CIP. Street rehab is always an issue that we're talking about with the advisory committee as well. So given the full funding of the CIP, when you take the operating revenue that we're dedicating, adding free cash to that, we are also using the overlay surplus coming from the assessing overlay account. That's $1.5 million that we're also adding to the CIP. And when you add all of those together, we get to 8.1% of prior year net revenue. So we are, we're at the policy target with those additional funds added to the equation. And then when we add the debt exclusions, we're actually at 19.8. So we can go ahead and to the next slide.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's my fault.
Nope.
There we go.
So these are some of the major projects that are in the CIP for the upcoming years. And some of these have been kind of marching along, and some of these are new. So as an example, the Strategic Solar Initiative that came out of the work with the Sustainability Division, working with the Expenditure and Revenue Committee and ZIAB. So that is a new program that we were able to find funding for in fiscal '27 at $3.2 million. Then you have the Town Hall electrification, which the Building Department talked about as well. And then funding for things like the Washington Street Rehab and Complete Street Program, which has been marching its way through the CIP for several years now. Lincoln School Grounds was something that last year we had to put a pause on given the constraints in the school department budget, but that is fully funded in fiscal '27 and '28, design work in '27, and then construction in '28. So we can go ahead to the next slide. So this just shows how the funding works for the 8.1% policy. 6.6% is the norm for operating revenue, and then free cash to get to 8.1. With that, we have a goal of our debt finance piece and our revenue finance piece in terms of how much is debt and how much is revenue finance projects. And then we have free cash that gets us to that 8.1. And we can go ahead and go to the next slide. This is also in the book as well. It's you can't really read it very well from the podium here, but this just shows the articulation of the funding sources and showing how we get to our policy targets for the CIP, and then how free cash factors into that as well. We can go ahead and go to the next one. This is our free cash policy. The board should be very familiar with this. We talk about this all the time. The waterfall, how we are prioritizing the town's overall budget reserve position primarily. Then we are looking to add money to the liability fund per the fiscal policies there. There's a target of 1% of prior year net revenue. Then we fund our CIP. If there's any funding after that, we have Affordable Housing Trust Fund that we add funding to support the work there. And then if there's any funding available after that, we have special use. There are other trusts that we look at for their fund balances to see if we need to put additional funding towards that. At this point, we are recommending that the full amount be used for additional CIP. And I will note that we have not had free cash certified just yet, but the finance department was pretty confident with the numbers that we were carrying through the plan. We can go ahead and go to.
We do a timeout?
Sure.
Actually, can I ask a quick question? And this may be for Chaz. Chaz, we had some discussions about diverting the money from the housing trust, given the CPA funds and other sources of funds for the housing trust. I thought we were going to use that money for something else.
So we talked about it. And again, I'm happy to have that discussion again if we want if we want to have that discussion in advance of the budget. But I think other communities do the CPA differently, right? The CPA here is controlled by the CPA committee, as it is in other communities. But in other places, the CPA committee gives their version of the HAB broad leverage to do what they want with that money. Here, they have to apply like everybody else and be considered as part of that, which again is a legitimate way to do things, but it just means that that is not a guaranteed source of revenue like it is in other communities. We do think that they are, that those bodies are working well and more closely together, but it's also just a matter of, I think we can certainly have that discussion. I would just, from my perspective, I would want to see a clearer agreement, long-term agreement between the CPA committee and the HAB on reliable funding for the Affordable Housing Trust out of CPA funds before you took away that source of revenue for them.
Well, I guess, we're going through an incredibly difficult time right now.
Yeah.
Right? So I think it would be helpful for us to discuss, before we get to town meeting, whether we want to make an adjustment in the budget for those funds, because there is, you get some serious holes in the budget.
So I have talked with Roger Blood that in a failed override situation, that is a vulnerable funding source that likely there'll be motions on town meeting to move that money elsewhere. So I think he understands that if the override is successful, there's more security around relying on that as a funding source for the Affordable Housing Trust. But if the override fails, that likely will be up for debate as to where it should be allocated.
And again, I think it's really important to consider, remember, at the end of the day, this is a free cash, which is one-time money. And so we've got to be careful when you talk about the serious things that we have in the budget. You're right, but those are structural concerns.
Right, but I think what I had proposed when we discussed this was to actually move it into the override reserve fund that you developed, stabilization fund.
Yes.
Which would be a great help to have that there.
Yeah.
And again, that would be an important trade-off, but we do have a cliff that we're coming towards.
Certainly
in a few years. So.
Yep, and I think those are conversations worth having.
Which we can't fill with CPA money.
That is
correct. We can fill with the free cash.
Correct.
This slide here just articulates the revenue finance component of the CIP, and you can see how much of it is coming from free cash and the overlay reserve, and then how much of it is coming from the general operating revenue. So we can go ahead and go to the next one. Keep going. The next category that we're talking about is our debt and interest budget. And so these are principal and interest payments on bonds that we have. The upcoming bond sale will be happening sometime this spring. And then we are looking to go out for the Pierce School and the fire station projects primarily. So that is the majority of the increase that you're seeing there. And then a small piece for building related roof and masonry work. So we can go ahead and go to the next. And so this is kind of in line with the policies that we were just talking about. These are some of the other areas of unclassified. These essentially are items in the budget that don't belong to a particular department, but they are funding requirements that we have. As an example, the audit and professional services budget, that is our annual audit. The town administrator does have an account, or did have an account, for professional services where he would engage in consulting for a variety of reasons. In an override scenario, we are reducing that budget, so that's why you see the decline. Property insurance, we actually got an updated quote from our insurance consultant, which did show a little bit of a decline. The advisory committee is very tuned into this, and some of that is likely related to Pierce being offline, and they are mindful that there likely will be a bump once we are fully online with Pierce. Then we have the contingency fund. You'll see that's a big drop there. That is where we parked the money for the Lincoln School grounds in fiscal '26 when we were looking at potentially using that to solve the school department budget at the end of the year when we were trying to figure out how we were going to close what they had as a remaining gap. They ended up closing that using circuit breaker funds. So those funds are still sitting in the contingency fund, but I will say that as we are looking at developing a budget amendment for fiscal '26, and given where we are with snow and ice and fire overtime and utility projections, we are likely going to need to use every bit of that 970. So it's a good thing that we didn't need it, and that we have it available to us to help us balance out the close of the year. And then the accounts at the bottom are the policy requirements for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the Liability Fund, and the Stabilization Fund. And that pretty much captures all of those items. And Tiffany, not Tiffany, Melanie, I will give you your 3 minutes back. Force a habit with it.
All right, any questions? Paul?
I have just one comment, although I could maybe turn it into a question, but it has to do with the CIP and our improving roadway situation.
Okay.
With the funding. How much is in the CIP for roadway maintenance this year?
I believe it's around 5.3 million.
Around 5.3.
For the town's contribution, and then we have the state chapter 90 as well.
Right. And I want to just mention that, maybe 2 years ago, we worked, this board, with in collaboration with the Transportation Board and also under Aaron Schutz's leadership, we transformed our policies around complete streets, which was really preventing ongoing maintenance of our roadways in a way that would prevent, continued degradation of pavement. And we got in, if you remember, we had this long presentation about the pavement management, and I think the PMI, the Pavement Management Index, which is fascinating. But I think I just want to speak briefly about this and emphasize the importance of us sticking to our policy for enabling our commissioner of DPW to continue to maintain our roadways without having to reconfigure them completely. This is showing up, the reason why I raise this is showing up a little bit. I've started to get some phone calls. Maybe my colleagues have gotten phone calls from folks looking to just make it a protected bike lane on Harvard Street. Bump the cars out and make a protected bike lane. The policy that we put in place was pavement management to maximize the longevity of our pavement so that it doesn't deteriorate to the point where it costs 3, 4, 5 times more. That policy is in place. Harvard Street's being done by that. It's not a complete streets project, although there are some improvements going on with ADA ramps and stuff. But at this stage of the game, to pause the project, have community engagement. You can't just stick a bike lane in, a protected bike lane. You'd have to do community engagement for seniors, for pedestrians, for the businesses. We know what it was like to go through Chestnut Hill and also Washington Street. I think it's really important that we allow DPW to maintain the roadways the way we've empowered them to, and also do those significant projects where we're looking to reconfigure things for bike lanes and other mobility enhancements. All in support of that. It's not a huge amount of money. $5 million is not a huge amount of money to maintain our roadways when we're probably $100 million in the hole, I think was the last estimate. So I just wanted to make that comment and encourage us and this board to stay the course, and a future board to stay the course in making sure that our roads are maintained in a way that makes them safe for pedestrians, bicyclists, and automobiles. So thanks. That's my comment.
John?
I want to thank Paul for that comment, and I think, Paul, you realize you're preaching to the choir here, as they say. The select board in my time has been united. Took a little doing, but we all came around to the same point of view, which is that we were not making enough progress on maintenance of streets. Now we're playing catch up, and that's good. Just a quick comment, because you mentioned the Harvard Street project, and I think you absolutely put your finger on the number one reason not to suddenly depart from the planned reconstruction of the street over the course of this summer. But there is a secondary reason, which I will defer to anyone who can prove me wrong on this, but people keep raising the example, and it's a good example of a good bike lane that is well protected in an area Paul's very familiar with, the St. Mary's area. But I think what maybe people are missing is it worked there because you still have you have room for 2 lanes of car traffic, in addition to the parked cars that are, set away from the curb, and in addition to the protected bike line lane that is between the parked cars and the curb. You've got 2 lanes of traffic, so that when cars have to do this a little bit unusual maneuver of pulling up alongside a lane that is a little bit in the middle of the street to parallel park in a space that is available, they don't stop all traffic while they figure out how to parallel park, because there's a second lane for everyone to be diverted into and to go around the car that is parallel parking in those parking spaces that are kind of out in the middle of the street. We don't have that on Harvard Street. And without having done any study and without being an expert on this subject, I would venture to say there's probably not room for the kind of protected lane that would require there to be a certain width of lane available to the right of a whole bunch of parked cars, which would then have a space available in the middle of the street to do backing into the parking spaces without completely tying up traffic on Harvard Street. So solutions that work in some places don't necessarily work in other places. And I'm glad that, that people who are advocates for bicycling are watching all of this and are speaking up. But I also think that the right decision has been made by our DPW. Sorry to take too long for that comment. I did have a further question just for Melissa. And it's a very broad question, but it's one that I think about now and then. In all that we do for capital projects, to do new things, but also mainly to do maintenance of our existing capital infrastructure, do we take the big picture view from time to time to say, if you add up all of the sunk investment in our drainage systems, in our road systems, in our sidewalk systems, you name it, our buildings, et cetera, and you consult the guidelines that would be used, let's say, in industry for when you have sunk investment in infrastructure, can you do a ballpark estimate of what you should be spending on a year-to-year basis, given deterioration of your sunk investment, et cetera? And do we ever do that kind of a periodic, big picture look and then say, we really should be spending $60 million a year, total on all this, but we're only spending 50, so that we have a handle on whether we actually, regardless of where the money's going to come from, we're actually spending enough or maybe not spending enough on maintenance and upkeep of our capital infrastructure.
Yeah, I would say that in certain areas we have, formal studies that help us, like the PCI, the pavement condition index. DPW knows what they would need to kind of keep the pavement in the condition that they would like to see. That would be a good standard for the town to have. For building maintenance, I think that is a little bit more difficult, but we have done a lot of significant building maintenance projects over the past decade that has put us in a very good position. I think that we could also point to the water and sewer infrastructure investments that this town has made and how we're seeing that savings manifest in our MWRA assessments. So that just shows that we're getting a return on the efforts that we are doing there. In terms of, there are metrics that are used by the ratings agency in terms of our level of debt and things like that. Those are kind of measures as to whether or not we're, utilizing debt in a sufficient way. But we also have a robust revenue finance CIP that also plays into that as well. So I would say that, there are certain measures that we do consider when we're building the plan, but it is kind of dependent on the overall projects and the department recommendations around the level of investment.
David, if I may, just a quick follow-up, because you said something interesting, which I confess I hadn't thought about before. So did I hear you say that the rating agencies actually, it's not that they constantly worry that the municipality might be spending too much debt, that they also look at, you know,
If we are
given what
underutilizing,
this
essentially.
community has to protect, they should have a consistent level of debt that is used to fund, you know, new capital projects and upkeep on existing capital.
Yeah, in the narrative for the CIP, it describes the kind of the ratio that they're using and what they are looking for out of cities and towns.
Interesting, good.
Paul? Oh, I'm sorry. Michael
I've already
first,
asked a
and
question.
we'll
Michael, go
go ahead, Michael.
Earlier in the select board's deliberations, we have been talking about having a committee looking at all of our infrastructure in terms of buildings and so forth. And I was caught by your comments about property insurance in the context of whether or not the select board should re-engage in this question of, like, are we using our buildings well? Are there buildings that we should be trying to acquire or trying to dispose of? And I'm wondering whether in the context of our sort of broad maintenance plan that you and John have been discussing, whether you have any thoughts about the value of that work, and whether how the select board should re-engage with that challenge in the context of our overall infrastructure.
In terms of the property values and
Well, in terms of like, are we getting the best economic value? Are we having to maintain things that we're actually not using efficiently? And sort of all of those kinds of concerns of our physical infrastructure that end up having impacts on our budget.
Yeah, I think that we do, you know, for our infrastructure, Charlie Simmons does a phenomenal job with the upkeep of our buildings. We have a 25-year plan for roof and masonry that we've been doing for just about 25 years, and we're now kind of going back to the beginning of the line and starting all over again. And then in terms of, he is trying to pair the town policies around sustainability with the work that he's currently doing around solar. You know, I think when he first started, there was a capital, there was essentially a plan that he was given to implement. The creation of his position was to actually implement a long-term building maintenance plan. And, you know, we've talked about whether or not we should kind of spend funds to redo that plan, or whether or not it's worth doing that, or whether or not he has all of the components of that plan kind of in his head that maybe needs to just be put to paper so that we can kind of continue the work that he's doing.
Right, but I was also, in addition to those sort of necessary pieces for the physical infrastructure that we have, the related question has to do with the capacity that physical infrastructure provides to the town. Are we using that capacity to its best advantage?
Yeah, and I think that there are pockets of studies that also point to this. Like, I'm thinking the Park and Open Space Master Plan, talking about that we don't have enough fields for our population, and, you know, what we can do to try and expand on that. So I think that there are maybe not fully consolidated plans that kind of point to the utilization of town spaces, but nothing that kind of provides like a comprehensive summary of that.
Okay, thank you.
Question I have about the Washington Street corridor, also bike lane related. I see that for FY28, looks like there will be 29 million coming in from the federal government.
So that's the state
government,
tip, which, I mean, it's a combination of state and federal.
Right.
funds.
So has that already been approved, or are we still assuming that it will be approved?
So we are on the tip. So I believe that, you know, we are, you know, if we're continuing in the schedule that it should be happening in fiscal 28, as long as we are remaining on the tip.
Okay. Paul?
One of our favorite subjects, pool. Two parts to my question. One is, I'm combing through the CIP, I can't find it. Do we have any placeholder for a pool at this point, or are we still thinking about whether we need a pool?
We are still funding our existing pool, and there's a significant maintenance project in fiscal '27 dealing with our existing
Okay,
pool.
but this would be for an outdoor pool.
Right, so the outdoor pool, I believe, is still in planning stages, and
Okay.
there's no formal request that I have received that I would be able to actually put into any kind of debt service plan.
Okay.
So-
Rec is engaged a consultant and is
Yeah.
looking and is doing the study as has been requested by town meeting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to prejudge the outcome of that.
So just want to intersect that with the conversation we had a week ago, and I think you had made a commitment to have us have this discussion before at the end of the month, which is the DPW site at Lars Anderson.
Yes. Before the end.
And whether that site is included in an RFP that's going out for a study of that area, which should, in my mind, include the possibility for that site being repurposed for something else, which could include a pool, as opposed to storage of DPW vehicles and other assorted junk.
So what I'll say about that is an active site, right? So it isn't just, it's not just junk, right? We are using it.
Well, there's a lot of junk there. You would admit that.
I mean, it's pretty dusty. It's pretty, there's a lot of heavy metal there. I'm sure there's leaded gasoline in the ground. There's going to be a lot of issues there. There's asbestos in the buildings, I'm sure. So that discussion dovetails with the broader discussion of DPW's facilities. There is also money in the budget to conduct an analysis of DPW's facilities writ large, the transfer station, the municipal service center, the water and sewer building, that area at Lars, and trying to think about how we effectively utilize that space and consolidate that space. But I think the predominant question there is not could you put a pool there, but where would those existing what would we do with that existing storage? How would we deal with it? And I think that is a broader question that we have to address holistically with DPW, because I don't think it's fair to them to say this is your problem without also addressing the critical space needs that they have been experiencing as a department.
And again, it does relate tangentially to the CIP. So there is an RFP that's going out. I don't know if it's been issued yet, but there's an RFP that is going to be reviewing Lars Anderson in some way, shape, or form. That my understanding is it excludes the DPW area.
Right.
Which to me, I don't know how you can exclude multiple acres that frankly are not in keeping with the use of what the will asked for. I don't know how DPW ever got space allocated at Lars Anderson. It seems completely not in line with what the will in the land acquisition or gift to us was for. I would just encourage us to look seriously at that, at repurposing that site to be in keeping with the will of the Andersons who gave us that land. And I do think that could include a number of things, including restoring it to walled gardens or putting a pool there, but certainly not a place to store DPW equipment and discarded meters. And I mean, I've walked that site many, many times. It's a mess, and there's a lot of junk there, probably some heavy metals as well, but discarded stuff. Anyway, that's my point, and I hope that we can actually take a serious effort to look at that and include this RFP to look at that site for potential repurpose.
I think, I think all I'm saying here is that that's almost a different, I understand where that comes from, but then you have to think about how that's effectively, you're looking at almost a different sort of asset class. You're asking about moving one purpose, readapting one purpose for another. And in the abstract, looking at Lars, right, yes, you can think about what could go there, what theoretically would be best to go there. But in order to answer that question, you have to answer the other question, which is what is the stuff that is currently there? Where is that going to go?
So when have we initiated the study to look at that, to
That's
determine?
this year. That's in FY27.
That's going to be done in FY27. To look specifically at that site, or is that part of a broader issue of DPW?
Analysis of what are we doing with DPW's space writ large? How can we better and more effectively use DPW's space? Is it possible that DPW needs more space, and how do we do that?
we could allocate more Lars Anderson space for storing of
No.
stuff.
And we have the same issue with the building department at Fisher Hill right now. We have maintenance staff in that building. If there's a new use that's being desired for that building, we've got to figure out what we're going to be doing with the building department staff. So it's the same issue.
Right. And so again, it's not saying it's not saying no. I think we should be considering what we do with that space. I think it is. I agree as in principle that it should be a priority for us to think about how to maximize the use of parkland for parkland related purposes,
Right.
and also that lot is where it is, and we need to figure out what to do with that function.
But your
that function can't disappear.
Your answer is that there's going to be a study in 27
Yeah.
around DPW needs
Yes.
in locations.
Yes.
And the only thing I would ask is, since we are going to be issuing an RFP for a master plan or some plan around Lars, it should include the DPW space, just in case we determine, hey, we found a place for this stuff to go, and now that area is free and clear. Why have to go through another master plan or augmentation of the master plan? Have them look at the space, and at least you'll have that option. That's my suggestion. But we're way off the CIP now. Thank you.
Anyone else? John?
And I hope this doesn't get us even further off, but I do think there's an interesting question behind the discussion that just went on between Paul and Chaz. And that is, where are the lines drawn between the control of the Park and Rec Commission over the use of land at Lars Anderson Park versus the control of the Select Board over the use of land at Lars Anderson Park?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I thought it was an interesting question.
It is. And I'll say too, like the last time, the number of special laws that govern parks and rec and DPW in particular in Brookline are a very tangled web. And so it's. CTOS did some really good work on this right before I arrived, so around 4 years ago now, about the history of how the Parks and Rec Commission has evolved and what they have authority over versus what they don't, what DPW has authority over, and therefore the Select Board. It's my understanding that Parks and Rec's mandate, they have stronger authority over rec than they do over parks. They have a kind of advisory authority over parks, and they have mandatory authority over rec. But that's at a very high level, and that's not going into some of the nuances there. So I can do a little more digging and talk about that in the Lars context specifically. But generally speaking, right, there's been there was a board of parks and a board of rec. They were merged. Well, some functions got abolished.
Yeah.
DPW in the early 80s wound up taking some of the direct responsibilities of the Parks Commission and putting them into the department, which put them under your authority rather than the Parks and Rec Commission's authority. So it's complicated, but I can do some digging for you.
Might not, at the same time, might not be a bad idea to look at the overlapping authorities of the Transportation Board and the Select Board.
Oh, boy.
In terms of who makes the decisions on whether a street project should be, as the one is that we're going to do on Harvard Street this summer, or is it even the Select Board? Because I know the Transportation Board had a very interesting discussion on all of that and came to the conclusion, good for them, that we're going to do the project that we're going to do. But what if they had come to the opposite decision?
Right. That's sometimes now we're getting far afield, but
I know.
Yeah. But yes,
But it impacts our capital
right.
budget
In
how we use our capital.
in theory, right, decisions of the Transportation Board can be appealed to the Select Board. And there's nothing in the rules that says the Select Board can't appeal a decision to the Transportation Board to itself.
Yeah, but that usually applies to they've granted some change and it impacts the neighborhood and the
Right.
neighborhood objects.
Right.
But when it comes to like doing it one way instead of doing it another way.
Right. And that's where I'm not sure about.
Yeah.
That's also where town meeting comes into play in the appropriation vote.
Yeah.
That essentially will dictate what the work plan is.
All right, any further questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, Melissa. And we will now move on to warrant articles and public hearings. First up is Article 12, regarding the transparency of public record request and responses. This will be a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. But first, let's hear from the petitioners. All right. Mike Toffel, whenever you're ready.
Hello. Alex is just running over from AC. He'll be online in about 30 seconds. But I can begin in his absence. So we are co-petitioners for warrant Article 12 and 24. They're linked in some ways. They're both regarding access to public records. The bylaw is 12, is seeking to make the public record requests made of the town publicly visible on the town website, as it is in many other towns. Warrant Article 24 is a resolution that asks for the moderator committee, it endorses the select board's handbook revisions that we spoke about with the town administrator, which is asking all boards in their emailing to copy a Brookline archive email so that the town can have access to those records when responding to public records requests. So that's already going to be required by the select board appointed committees. We're asking for others as well. So we're endorsing that, and we're asking others as well, like moderator appointed committees, including the AC, to similarly follow suit. So that's what you're seeing in 24. And again, 12 is looking for the town of Brookline to, in a sense, catch up in its transparency practices to those of other towns or other municipalities in Massachusetts that use the very same software that we use to open up and let the public see what public record requests are being issued. And we had a conversation with the town clerk and town council at an AC subcommittee, where they expressed to us some concerns about the cost of allowing the public, especially to see on public website the responses, because there was a concern about the need, therefore, to do redaction that's not necessary when sending it directly to an individual. But if you put it on the website, apparently there's additional redaction required. And also there's a pending modification of the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, that will place additional burdens on the town to have to make all public records or all documents on websites publicly accessible. And so that would include, that's not less of a problem for text, but a bigger problem for images and for graphics and so on. And so they expressed some concerns there. So we are trying to meet those concerns, but with a compromise provision that I think Alex is here now and he can sort of take over for me.
Good evening, everyone. Apologies for my lateness, just switching over from the advisory committee. Sounds like Mike gave a great overview of the two articles already, so I'll just jump in and comment briefly on the changes that we've made to the petitioner's motion under warrant Article 12, which I believe we shared and should be in your packet this evening. There's a couple, I think, important changes that we've made here. And as Mike mentioned, this all flows from our conversation with the town clerk and town council. So one is we've added definitions for what we mean by the requests and responses that we are, through this bylaw, directing the town to publish on a periodic basis. So now we've offered clarity that the requests include the name of the requester, the date that request was submitted, the department to which the request was made, and the text of the actual request. Meanwhile, as Mike mentioned, to avoid the pitfalls and costs associated with the new ADA policy for the posting directly of any public documents provided in response to one of these requests, we've clarified that the responses we'd like to see published include only the response date, the responding department, and a brief description of the response provided, rather than the actual posting proactively of all the public records produced. and that response, or that summary rather, should include a list of the public records provided. We think that strikes a comfortable balance between the cost burden that'd be necessary for the increased redaction and accessibility requirements of directly posting the documents. Under our compromise motion, residents would still be able to verify, excuse me, that the town is responding to these requests in a timely manner, and they would also be able to see the content of the request, and should they desire to review the public documents themselves, would be able to easily submit a follow-up request for the same public documents, which presumably would have already been redacted for the initial response and could then be shared without additional costs to any interested members of the public. The second main change in this motion is that we have changed the timeline by which we request that these reviews and postings be done. Originally, that was significantly shorter. It was 14 days. We've lengthened that to 30. And what that allows, and again, this flows from our conversation with Ben Kaufman, is for this work to be done in batches and for it to be done periodically rather than the town clerk needing to work this into their daily work stream. So what we'd be talking about now essentially would be at the end of each month, the town clerk posting a summary document that includes all the requests and the relevant information I mentioned, as well as the response summaries, including the lists of the documents provided, but again, while avoiding the very costly accessibility requirements that will be placed on the town in the coming months. And I just note, in terms of some specific cost estimates, we very intentionally modeled the new requirements in the petitioner's motion on a public records request that we became aware of through the process of bringing this article that was submitted by Brookline News. Brookline News, in that request, submitted a retrospective look back of all the public records requests that the town had produced over the received rather over the last calendar year. That work, which Ben was generous enough to provide us a rundown of the staff time required and the per hour costs that were associated with that, cost in total about $2,400. So we would be essentially annualizing that cost by asking for a 1/12 of that work being done each month. We feel that is a reasonable compromise. It preserves the very real, I think, transparency concerns and rationale behind these articles, while also ensuring that any cost impact and staff time impact will be evenly distributed throughout the year. It'll be done in a way where it can be methodically added to monthly work practices. And we feel really the least resource intensive and disruptive way to, as Mike said, catch up to these other municipalities and what we really feel is basic transparency practices. So with that, I would ask you consider a vote of favorable action, and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alex. So do we have any questions or comments from board members? Michael.
I just have one clarifying question. When you mentioned the $4,400 cost, was that a cost for materials? Did that include staff time? What were the components of that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Michael. So just to be clear, the cost was $2,400. And the main driver of that cost was staff time. These requests, when responses are crafted to these requests, there is staff, time requirements placed on the clerk's office for compiling the documents, and also making necessary redactions, which are required under state law in many cases. There's also sometimes additional requirements on department heads when a request involves a specific town department, though typically the role of that department head will be as a reviewer rather than the primary author of the response to the request. So the overwhelming majority, if not the entire cost that we're presenting, is staff time, and that just reflects the realities of how we respond to these requests.
And just one quick follow-up question. Was the rate of converting staff time to dollars there based on a standard rate for public service requests, or was it based on an actual calculation of the cost of the staff person who did that work?
Yeah, so what we sought to do with the assistance of the town clerk in our meeting with him was to get an estimate basically of what the highest hourly rate might be for someone conducting this work. So that calculation is based off of a composition of the clerk's hourly rate and his for his part in that responsibility, and for the hourly rate of the department head. I believe we flat estimated that at 100 an hour, which we understand is a fairly conservative estimate. The average department head hourly rate we were given at that meeting was somewhere in the 80s. So we rounded it up to 100 to be inclusive of fringe. So we actually feel this is somewhat of a conservative cost estimate.
Thank you.
Paul.
Thanks, Alec and Mike. I guess I want to dig in a little bit into the technical aspect of this and then raise it back up to a broader question. So if I understand, first, what system do we use for tracking requests today?
Called FOIA Direct.
We do use FOIA Direct?
Yeah,
and that's is that what Newton's using?
I can't remember exactly, but in the article explanation, we provide screenshots of other towns that use FOIA Direct that have not chosen the private settings that we have, but rather the public settings that we're seeking.
Okay, so we use FOIA Direct, and it looks like, I think, based on your documentation, Newton is also using as well. So we're already putting in, someone's sitting down and keying in the request into this system, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I assume this platform allows you to expose that publicly based on some security setting so that the public could actually see what came in and what the status is? Is that
Yeah,
true?
we're just asking for us to do what other towns are doing with the very same software.
Okay, so that's, be patient with me because I'm trying to just fundamentally understand what you're doing, what you're proposing. So the labor of $2,400 a year, what would that entail? Is that the effort it takes to click the button and publish it, or is that to make sure that whatever the responsive documents are that were sent to the requester are loaded in and properly indexed and whatever, complete in the system?
So Paul, that cost estimate was one we got directly from an analogous work product produced through this process, which was, as I mentioned, that public records request that Brookline News submitted. So that was a calendar year summary of all requests received. And as we mentioned, it's not as comprehensive as what some of the other communities that utilize FOIA Direct have made public.
Yep.
As Mike mentioned, you can see in our explanation what that public-facing screen from, say, Framingham looks like. We did inquire with the town clerk as to, is the easiest solution just turning on the public-facing setting with FOIA Direct? He had raised some concerns about that. And he had noted that his understanding was that would come along with additional requirements for new redactions. So again, we wanted to be flexible. We wanted to reach compromise. And so we based this on, a process that the clerk has already successfully completed that we feel, again, would honor the spirit of this bylaw and the transparency needed while minimizing costs.
Okay, so Al, I want to just really understand. So you're essentially asking to publish the index.
Yes.
Right, and on a regular basis.
That's
and
right.
Would that include a link to the responsive documents? That's my question.
So this is where we would potentially run afoul of the new ADA requirements for the municipality. And this is why Mike and I, in this version of the petitioner's motion, have taken out the requirement that the public documents be directly posted. And the reason for that is if we required that they be publicly posted on the town website, each of the public documents would have to be meticulously screened and made fully accessible by staff. It would be fairly expensive based on the estimates we heard. So as I mentioned, our thinking here is, well, let's provide a description of the response, so a brief substantive summary, and then a list of the public documents provided. And what that would allow is, because they would have already had to be redacted by the clerk to respond to the initial request, they just hadn't been made accessible. This would mean that if an interested citizen, when the index was posted, saw that this request had been made, saw the documents that were provided, it would be very easy as a matter of fact for them to submit their own request. And because the documents would already have been prepared and redacted appropriately, they could be directly shared at that point by the.
All right, and so then I guess this will get to my broader comment. And so this does seem, if the estimate's right, to seem to be a minimal impact financially. But I worry, Alec, that at a time when we are really concerned about maintaining existing service levels, actually, we're not maintaining existing service level because we're cutting, and we're going to ask the voters for a whole lot of money, that this is proposing expanding services that will cost money. So I do appreciate that you're saying it's a small amount of money, but that small amount of money could quickly expand into a large amount of money, in order to be able to translate those documents, ADA compliance, in the future. But you're not asking for that right away. It really is, it's kind of a messaging thing that we're cutting services right now, and you're asking to expand services. And it's a complicated message right now, given the times that we're in.
If I might, Paul, I'm very receptive to that critique. And, we've had a number of other articles that have come before the advisory committee, and that's been, a concern we've all expressed. I will say, though, I think in terms of the impact on public trust for the minimal amount of dollars we're asking for here, I actually think the impact of this could be quite profound. As we began the process of crafting these articles, we put out a call on the listserv just to kind of see what was out there and what people's experience had been like with the public records process. And what we heard was really, really troubling. There is, at minimum, a perception problem about transparency in the public records process with our town. It may extend further than that. So I actually see this in a time where faith in government is really being strained to its limit. I think this is something we just cannot afford to ignore at this point, particularly given the state's complete stepping away of responsibility for this process.
Yeah,
so
I can't.
The point's well taken.
I'm not going to. I don't want to debate you, and I'm not going to completely disagree with you. But I think of the 63,000 residents in Brookline, there is such a narrow sliver that would even consider what you just said to be a real problem. There's a very narrow group of folks in Brookline that will do FOIA requests. That doesn't mean it's not important, and transparency is important. But I think what they're really concerned about is their tax bills, maintaining the streets, making sure we get enough teachers and police officers and firefighters. And, those are the things that I hear from constituents. I'm not getting any call from constituents saying, my FOIA request is not visible on the website and not responding to me quickly. As a matter of fact, in all the time I've been in government, I've never had anybody say that to me. So again, it's a messaging thing, Alec. Given where we are right now, and in this moment in time, where we're asking the voters to approve a $23.25 million operating override, so that we can not cut services, you're asking to expand services. It's a messaging problem, and I'll just.
So I'm a little confused at what we're doing here. It seems like we're debating the merits as if we're voting on it here at Select Board. At least from my perspective, what would be helpful is any input you have on the article that we'll bring to town meeting.
Well, Mike, right now I can say whatever I please. You're coming before the Select Board. I'm asking questions. I'm giving you feedback. It's my right as a Select Board member. I have 3 more weeks to do it, and you won't shut me down. Thank you.
John?
Thanks to the sponsors for bringing this article. Thanks to Paul for asking some good questions, I think. And I hope my questions are also worthy of consideration.
Mr. Toffel will determine that for you.
Okay.
Apparently.
No comment. The Secretary of the Commonwealth and the Attorney General are responsible for enforcement of the Massachusetts Public Records Law. Who would be responsible for a measure taken at the local level in Brookline that goes beyond the requirements of the Massachusetts Public Records Law?
The town clerk's office. And with the assistance of relevant
enforcement? Compliance with
yes.
the statute, the bylaw, would be the town clerk. But who would be in charge of enforcing it? Could someone appeal to the Attorney General and say there's a municipal bylaw that goes beyond the Massachusetts Public Records Law, and their town clerk is not enforcing complying with the municipal bylaw?
My understanding is enforcement would proceed according to the general bylaws, which are governed by Articles 10.1 through 10.3, just as any other bylaw.
You're good at, you're very conversant with what is in that section. What does that say?
Well, it says a couple things. It says that bare minimum, the officers of the police department can enforce any bylaw. It also establishes joint enforcement authority between multiple departments in certain cases. I also think, we'd be governed largely by the public record state law here for appellate matters. But yeah, no, I mean, the penalty for violation of this bylaw would be a fine, as it is for numerous other bylaws.
Enforced by the police?
But potentially, yes.
So you're actually, by virtue of this warrant article, you're adding a responsibility to the responsibilities of the Brookline Police Department.
Only in so much as we anticipate the clerk not complying with the bylaw, and I've been given no reason to believe that would be the case.
And so an officer of the Brookline Police would show up at the town clerk's office and say, we order you to comply with the municipal bylaw, not the state law on public records?
Well, this is in many ways discrete from state law because, as you mentioned, this is a separate requirement that's not created under state law.
Yeah,
so.
But there's no such requirement under the state public records bylaw. Public records
Correct.
law, excuse me.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, John, I think that Alec is simply explaining how any bylaw is enforced. So in theory, the police and the relevant departments enforce any bylaw, whether it's this one or any other that comes before us or is already in existence.
Right, and I can easily conceive of, police ticketing someone for parking or over parking a parking meter.
I mean, let's
enforcing that. As to a municipal extension beyond the requirements of the Massachusetts Public Records Law, I'm not so sure that the police would actually have the authority to do that.
Well, let me just be clear on this, right? Like, if someone doesn't comply with a mandatory duty of a bylaw, and there's no fine or other criminal violation in the bylaw, the police, chief of police is here, I know, are not going to arrest that person because there's no grounds to arrest them for failing to comply with that. It's not a listed penalty. You have to know that there's a possibility that you will be arrested or otherwise penalized for failing to follow this in order for that to happen. What's more likely to happen is what happens when there's an allegation that anyone is not complying with a mandatory duty in a bylaw, which is they take us to court and they get a court order that says you must comply. You are not. You're out of compliance. You have a mandatory duty. You've got to comply with this. And then if there's an issue with that, you can move for contempt of court. But again, we're not in the business of defying court orders. So I think that this hypothetical may not be kind of realistic. I think what would happen in this circumstance is what would happen in any circumstance where there was an allegation that the town wasn't complying with the requirements of the bylaw. So I would really want us to be clear on that. Again, as with anything, right? If town meeting passes a bylaw and directs us to do something, we do it. So I don't want to be in that situation. I think there would be a question I think, John, what you may be asking is there basically a supremacy clause question here? Does state law preempt local law on this?
Yes.
I don't, maybe town council wants to answer that because I don't know the answer.
Well, if I may just sharpen the question a little bit, wouldn't the obvious path, as it is under the Massachusetts Public Records Law, be to sue at the state level the town clerk of Brookline, but for what? Because he could say, I'm in compliance with the Massachusetts Public Records Law, and this municipal law actually goes beyond the Massachusetts Public Records Law. So as long as I'm in compliance with the Massachusetts law, there really isn't grounds to sue me here.
Joe, what say you? Joe may be in transit, so...
Nope.
Okay.
I am at home working on my computer, but I was paying attention, and I understand the question of if this warrant article were to pass, what's the enforcement mechanism? And there isn't one, because it wouldn't go to the supervisor and the attorney general's office. because that's a bylaw, and they enforce the public records law, a state law. Violations of bylaws, generally, residents don't have standing to take us to court, take the town to court for violations of local bylaws. That's been an argument I've raised many times before as a municipal lawyer.
Okay.
Bernard has his hand raised.
Bernard?
Yeah, question I think should always be raised with respect to certain warrant articles is, why do you need a warrant article? Why can't you just talk to the town clerk and work it out so that he turns on the function on FOIA Direct and this is solved? And the reason why is that there are just too many things that can be solved without warrant articles that end up going to town meeting, taking up a lot of our time. And in some cases, even though the amount here is relatively minor, you say, costing a lot of money, an unfunded type mandate. I mean, it seems to me a question of, you don't trust that you can work with the town clerk to make this relatively minor change.
So I can speak to that. So I appreciate that, Bernard. I always start by talking to staff, always, before proceeding with a bylaw. In some cases, we proceed with the bylaw even if staff agrees, because we want to have town meeting be the one to determine when to turn on or off that agreement that we make informally. In this particular case, our discussions with the town clerk did not lead the town clerk to turn on the functionality. So here we are.
Did the town clerk give you an explanation as to why the clerk's office was reluctant to proceed in the manner that you're suggesting with this bylaw?
So what the town clerk told us in terms of the turning on the public-facing functionality of FOIA Direct was that his concern with that is that would raise more requirements for redactions for the various information that is contained in those fields, which, again, per the estimates for cost and staff time we were given, would have raised the implementation costs significantly above the cost associated with our revised petitioner's motion. So, I think even though, to Mike's point, we ended up here with a bylaw proposed, I think we want to be flexible and we want to reach a good compromise. And that's what I think this petitioner's motion represents.
So I'm curious about your estimate of $2,400, because I think you would agree that no two FOIA requests are identical, and some can be extremely comprehensive and cumbersome to produce. Others might be a couple of emails. So how did you arrive at that estimate?
Yeah, that was based on the Brookline News public records request that had been produced and made available to the petitioners as we were crafting this article. So what we did was we worked backwards essentially from that task, which then produced the index, essentially what we're asking for a full year's worth of requests. We costed out how much that cost, how much staff time it required. And we think because that captured a full calendar year, that's a reasonable estimate to work from, given that we're now asking for that to be done gradually over the course, monthly over the same year period.
David, I'll just add, it's important to note that that cost is not the production or the response to the public records request. That's happening now with or without our bylaw. The only thing, and the reason why that number is so small, the only thing that number reflects is staff time to do the redactions of the summary of the request and summary of the response. So that, which is really just a few paragraphs. They're going through to look for people's names or phone numbers or emails that they feel they need to redact. So that's the only thing that's why the number is so small.
All right. My other question regarding conformity with state law. So under state law, a municipality has 25 business days to come up with the full response after responding initially within 10 days. And I see that this proposed bylaw, your language would be within 30 days, so I see how that matches up. But what happens in a scenario where it's a particularly voluminous request that realistically may take more than 30 days, either because of staff limitations and or the related fees aren't paid in timely fashion. I know that there's the opportunity to request an extension, and then the supervisor of records can grant one if there is not agreement by the person requesting the documents. But beyond that scenario, does this bylaw contemplate any additional flexibility around requests that might be time-consuming?
Yeah, that's a great question, David. And in the language in the revised petitioner's motion, in section XX2, I would just draw your attention to the last 3 lines of that paragraph. So what we call for is that the responses and the request be made published 30 days after either the town receives a request or the town issues a response. So our intent there was that in a case where a response is given, there would still be 30 days following the issuance of the response for the posting to be made.
Okay. Anyone else on the select board have any comments or questions? All right, then I had initially opened a public hearing for warrant Article 12 at the outset, and Regina Frawley would like to comment, so please come up to the podium.
Regina Frawley from South Brookline, Precinct 16. I did a lot of these, but prior to COVID, or one of them was into COVID. So the law may have changed, but it used to be, under the law, that the first few hours of the research of an agency would be free. And then it would be $35 an hour at the time was considered the standard rate. And I think Alex said 100. So maybe it's changed, but I think it's something worth looking into directly at the Secretary of State's office. In terms of enforcement, the way it had worked, and believe me, I have a lot of experience with this, if you file the complaint that it wasn't compliant, it usually, especially for the open meeting law, it would go to the AG. They have an office of compliance for local government. They usually send a letter out on letterhead saying, you're very naughty, you shouldn't do that. Don't do it again. I mean, generally speaking, the complaint had evidence that proved that something had happened. If it happened again, or worst of all, if there was a pattern that had happened several times by a body, a legal body of a community, like the school committee, for example, then they get fined, and they get fined heavily. And there was, I won't name the community unless you want to know, got fined $50,000, the school committee, because they were consistently doing meetings against the open meeting law. So this is, to me, manageable unless the law has changed, and I'll be glad to cooperate and look into that again. But the first few hours, and you remember, this is about public service. This is about accountability. This is about transparency. I haven't read every word of their warrant article, so I don't know about some of the minutia, but I think it's wonderful if there's well, let me back up on one more thing. If it's something asking for your emails, you're supposed to be using a town address. I don't know if the computer is yours, but the town email when you do town business has to be a town address. That's a couple of strokes of the keys to provide that. That would come under the first few hours being free. So I don't see this even necessarily being the $20-something $100. Really is potentially could be zero in the course of a month, depending on what they ask for. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to see? Somebody has their
Marty Rosenthal.
Marty Rosenthal. And remember, this is specific to warrant Article 12.
Marty.
In the meantime, Michael, I think I saw that you wanted to make a comment.
Pass.
No? Okay.
I'm trying to talk. Am I in?
You are. Go right ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I was coming in for a different article, but on this one, I had a question that I'll pose rhetorically, because I heard the description by Mike Toffel, and maybe I misunderstood what either he or Alex said, but what I thought I heard was requiring someone to summarize the articles, which was put forward as a simplification process, but it sounded to me like extra effort. And maybe I'm looking at the actual article. I don't know if there's a different version that they're talking about. So anyway, that's a rhetorical question that I heard during the discussion, and maybe I misunderstood something. Thank you.
Would the petitioners like to comment on that?
Yes, be happy to, and it's a great point. Thanks for raising that, Marty. Yeah, our intention here is definitely a simplification. And I think the biggest piece that's of import there to consider is the fact that rather than requesting all the actual public documents be posted, we ask for a list of the public documents provided. So that the additional description beyond that, our vision of that is 1 or 2 sentences, very, very briefly summarizing what was sent in response, with the idea being that if there is an interested party in the public, after they see this published on the index, they can very easily submit their own PRR, and because the documents will have already been redacted and prepared for the initial requester, they could actually access the full response at that time.
Now, you cited Newton and Framingham as some examples of communities that are already doing what this warrant article envisions. Did they pursue a city ordinance or its bylaw equivalent, or is this just their practice?
Yeah, it's a good question, David. In the case of Framingham, which I think is a good example just because we've presented what you can see in our description, what they actually make publicly available. They have opted to use FOIA Direct's public-facing interface. We can't, with specificity, I don't think, speak to how they've been able to do that, if there are additional redaction costs that they've incurred to do that. As has been indicated would be the case for us by Ben Kaufman. But yeah, so there are other models out there that we've seen. The model we put before you tonight is, by our estimation, the most cost-effective and the kind of the right-sized approach for Brookline.
All right, thank you. Any more members in the public who would like to comment on warrant Article 12? All right, seeing none, any further select board comments?
Do you want to close the public hearing?
I will in a moment. All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing for warrant Article 12 and open the warrant article hearing for warrant Article 24. Now, Mike Toffel already gave us an introduction to warrant Article 24. Perhaps very briefly, if we can reiterate that, since we were mostly talking about Article 12, just sort of a 3-sentence summary, and then we will start discussing it.
Yeah, absolutely, David. So warrant Article 25 is a resolution, and what it seeks to do is codify what is currently the recommended practice in the Select Boards and Commissions Handbook, which is that official town communications and town business be CC'd to the board archives at brooklinema.gov email for the purpose of automatically archiving and storing public records that we are legally obligated to archive and store. And in addition to making that a requirement rather than a recommendation for select board appointed bodies, the resolution also calls for that expectation to be extended to bodies appointed by the moderator and other appointment authorities as well.
All right, thank you. Select board members, any questions or comments for the petitioners on warrant Article 24? So one question I have, so the email boardarchives@brooklinema.gov, if this warrant article were to pass, would you anticipate such an influx of emails coming in that it would be at all difficult to manage, or is that not a significant barrier?
No. Fung and I have talked about it. We think it's fine. I mean, again, this is what people should be doing right now. So to the extent that they're not, start doing it.
All right. Do any members of the public want to be heard on warrant Article 24? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing as to warrant Article 24?
Bernard has his hand.
Oh, sorry. Bernard, go ahead. If you can unmute yourself.
Muted. Sorry. So what are the consequences of someone not doing this?
So what we've said in the past is if you don't follow this policy, we will remind you to follow this policy. And if you continue not to follow this policy, it can be grounds for the select board not reappointing the person.
Paul.
Yeah.
Minor inconvenience.
Bernard had a, did you have another question?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. The last resolve, the last sentence in the resolve clause includes the word monitoring. So town meeting asks the town administrator and IT director to provide a report in December 2026 to update town meeting on the extent to which their training, monitoring, and reminders of affected adherence. What do you mean by monitoring, Alec?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. You know, I think what has been communicated to us is that there are boards right now where we are not seeing frequent or in some usage of the Brookline or the archive at brooklinema.gov account. So I think our hope was that town staff could keep account of how many bodies are utilizing that. Obviously, we won't have a perfect understanding of every communication that goes on, particularly if one isn't properly archived. But what we'd like to see, and I think would be helpful for town meeting to know, you know, in December of 26 would be, are we seeing an increase in active town bodies using this? Are we seeing the practice being adopted by bodies that are appointed by different appointment authorities than the select board, which we wouldn't necessarily expect to see now? So I think monitoring is just to get a sense of how utilization for the archival practice.
Okay, but how would you propose that be done? Electronically? Are you asking IT to scan this mail database and see which named members are how are you going to do that?
I don't think the intention is to have it go down to the level of the individual, more so just to see if the business of these bodies is being captured by the archive.
But again,
so
how would you do, Alec, specifically, how do you propose monitoring without, I don't know, violating something? I mean, so let's say there's a moderators committee. How would you propose that staff, because you're asking the town administrator and IT to monitor that a moderators committee is using this archive? How would that specifically be done?
Keyword search in the email archive.
You want them to search the email archive for all the members that might be on that board?
No, in fact,
see if they've posted?
There's a little over 60 active boards and commissions. It could be as easy as 60 keyword searches over a 7-month period. I think that might be manageable.
Just to remember, Alec, this was a discussion we had with the town administrator and the IT director, both of whom are on the call here. So perhaps the question would be best answered by them, because at the time when we discussed this, they seemed to not suggest this was a huge burden. So perhaps Paul's question, good question, could best be answered by the staff who would actually be doing the work.
So Funk can certainly speak to this, but we had the discussion and
so I'm just specifically talking about monitoring. So you're gonna hold on. Michael, you're really good at interrupting me and not letting me speak. Please.
Pardon me.
Is that okay? Can I speak now? I have your permission.
I was agreeing. Sorry,
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your permission.
Agreeing with you.
Yes. So this is, again, I'm wondering about the appropriateness, right, of a volunteer board. It's a moderators committee. You've got maybe 10 members on it. Let's take the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. There's 15 members or 16 members of the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. How are you going to monitor if the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee is compliant with this?
So there are a number of things that we can do on this front, and it doesn't involve being invasive of their work or anything that they're doing, right? the goal of this, the goal of this email address is to create a central repository to make it easier to respond.
No, I totally understand. I know what it is.
Yeah, so we have that available, and what we will do is probably on a quarterly to 6-month basis, depending on how this goes, we'll run a search. Fung has come up with a search parameters to run this and run it, index it against the membership of the committees to see if they're there, and make sure that those, emails are being copied. We're not going to go looking through all the emails to be like, oh, what are they saying? We're just going to say, are these being copied? And for some of these committees, there isn't going to be any email traffic, right? Because they are either not conducting business over email, as most of these committees are, or they're going to be conducting so little business that there's not going to be any hits. And in those cases, we're just going to email everybody and say, hey, for the record, looks like you have.
We've been scanning your emails, and we're noticing that you're not posting to the database. All I can say is I'm uncomfortable with what you just said, that now IT and staff is going to surveil the boards and commissions about their activity into this archive. Now, I understand it's limited. It's just metadata. I'm going to plug in and see if how many times has Paul Warren posted to this archive. Matter of fact, since I'm on multiple committees, you would know whether it's whether I'm posting for a committee or what commission. This feels like we're crossing some line if you're going to be going into an archive of email and saying, Dennis Doughty, you're not showing up enough in the number of commissions that you're on. Do you see the problem I'm raising here?
Well, I mean, again, I don't think we're not even going to do that with individual members. We're going to say to the board and commission, hey, here's the traffic that we see. Not looking at any specific emails. Is this accurate? And just a reminder, you do have to copy this because you know this, but people listening might not. This is a solution to a problem that arose from public records requests being filed for people who were using their personal emails to conduct.
You and I helped craft this. I know this.
I know you know this, but other people might not. So I'm trying to give the public some explanation for why this is. And this was in response to people saying, well, why don't everyone just get a brooklineima.gov email account? Yeah. And we've talked about why that would be disastrous. It would be disastrous from cost-wise. It would be disastrous from a security level. Yeah. It would be disastrous from the same reason why we don't let the select board have badges anymore. Yeah. People can abuse .gov email addresses. It's not a good solution.
Okay. So I guess what my feedback for the petitioners is I would ask you to either rephrase or eliminate the word monitoring. I think it's fully within staff's, town administrators, IT directors' purview to say, even this board, to say, hey guys, we're going to train you. Here's your monthly reminder. Please make sure that you are posting to the archive. It feels strange to me that we're going into, I think it's surveillance. And I actually was thinking, wasn't there another article on our warrant that we're going to be talking about surveillance? Anyway, that's my feedback. I'd like to see you take out that word, and if not, I would move to amend it and take out monitoring.
Michael? So just very briefly, if I may, we're happy to consider that suggestion and appreciate you making that, Paul. I do just want to push back a little on the notion that this is surveillance, because ultimately what we're talking about here are public records. All of these emails are public records. And I don't think you reasonably can have that level of expectation of privacy, particularly given the fact that to respond to a public records request, staff is already doing what you're describing, and they're doing it to the level of the individual. So I appreciate the concern, and we're certainly happy to take your amendment under consideration, but just wanted to put that out there.
So let me just push back a little bit, Alec, because there's nothing in state law that says that my personal email address, if I'm on a commission or a board and I'm using my personal email, that I have to send it to an archive. Okay, that's not state law. And frankly, my email is a public record, and you have every right to ask me as a responsive document to provide that to you. I do think we're crossing a line when you start measuring how many emails someone is sending, even once, to say, you know what, we've noticed that you haven't sent any emails to the archive since your service on this committee. That feels like we're crossing, it really feels like we're crossing a line. And I can tell you, I personally wouldn't be able to support an article that's saying we're going to monitor, and I will replace monitoring with surveil your activity as you serve on a board or commission electronically. I think it's a mistake.
So I think that a point that Paul may be raising, although perhaps it's different, is it does have an impact on the way people would comport themselves on these boards if they know that the volume of their email is being tracked. I understand what you're saying, Alec, about these are ultimately public records anyway, so there's not an expectation of privacy, but it could still impact behaviors if people know that to some degree they're being evaluated on their email volume. So somebody who might feel that 2 or 3 emails is sufficient might suddenly feel pressure to write 10 in order to not be penalized publicly in some way by having a low volume of emails. And I don't think that's the intention at all of what you're trying to do. But it, depending on how the monitoring works and how enforcement works, it could have that effect.
Yeah. Once a week, send an email with an X in it, to comply.
Yes. Michael.
So I have two comments. Number one.
We'll get to you in a moment. Go ahead, Michael.
Number one is, I don't think that the purpose of this monitoring is for evaluation of committee members. And I think that should be very clear. This is an analysis of how well the town would be able to respond to a public records request if it came to those committee members. Would it have the information in board archives? Would it have to go out to the committee members who are using their own personal email addresses? So, and given the fact that there is no capacity in here for examining the contents of a committee member's personal email address outside of that committee member's control of their own email, that seems to be a very different kind. That would, in my mind, would be surveillance, because you're surveilling their email address. But to claim that their use of the board archives at brookline.ma.gov is surveillance seems to be confusing sort of record keeping in this sense with surveillance.
Michael,
so that is my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
that's
Mike,
number one.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
and the second thing that I want to say is, I don't know if the petitioners have considered the fact that if a committee member sends an email to somebody with a brookline.ma.gov email address, then those are obviously also captured by the system, and they're not necessarily captured by board archives at brookline.ma.gov. So I'm just a little concerned that a search only of Brookline archives at brookline.ma.gov as a reporting mechanism for traffic from any particular committee, or the creation of public records by that committee, is under-reporting what is actually happening at that committee. So, for example, if a chair communicates with the staff person on some matter around that committee, then that will also be captured in the public's address. So I just want to make sure that that's considered in the context of the goal of this warrant article.
All right, Bernard's been waiting a while. Let's go to Bernard.
Okay, sure.
Bernard, go ahead.
Oh, you're muted,
You're
Bernard.
muted, Bernard.
Sorry. So if I'm using my personal email for public business, for example, communicating with someone on their personal email on some deliberation on an issue, this warrant article seems to be missing that communication. And maybe that's unavoidable, but basically it's only getting those communications that us honest people prefer or decide to archived at this email address.
All right, Mike, go ahead. You were going to respond to a point Paul made.
Yeah,
Well,
and
also my point too.
Yes, and respond to Bernard as well.
I'll try. I might need Alex's help on the second one. So I welcome this question about monitoring, the word monitoring and the concept of monitoring. And I want to, so this is very helpful because it's not intended at all in the way that it's been interpreted. And so here is an opportunity for us to go back and think about getting the wording right to ensure it's interpreted in a way that we intend. The whole idea here of monitoring was simply meant that this approach, as Chaz mentioned, is us trying to work with staff to find a cost-effective way to make public records requests more comprehensive to respond to, using this CCing of this email address rather than asking for all chairs of the committees or all members of committees to use Brookline MAP email addresses like the select board members do yourselves, or apparently you sometimes do, according to Bernard. So that's what this was meant for. The language around monitoring was designed to basically provide some sort of evaluation to see, is this working? And if it's not working, which particular boards or committees need another reminder from the staff to say, look, you guys, there's been no emails from your committee over the last 6 months. It's possible you're not sending emails at all, which is fine. But if you are sending emails on public business, don't forget you need to copy to this address. So that was the point. It was more of an evaluation to ensure effectiveness of this policy. And so perhaps we can work in the words evaluation instead of monitoring. Perhaps that'd be more comfortable. But that was sort of the intent. And so I welcome suggestions on how to, if you agree with that intent, to ensure that a policy in the select board's own handbook is actually being adhered to. We welcome other suggestions besides the word monitoring, because we did not mean to trigger the conversation that's ensued tonight. And I can imagine it would ensue in town meeting again if we were to not change it. So I am eager to change it, and I'm just interested in knowing what would feel comfortable if you agree with our intent.
So Michael, let me thanks, David. Just reply to that. So there's a difference between the word and then the action. So I questioned what monitoring meant, and then it was explained to me, which was we're going to have to take somebody's name. It'll be more than a name. It's going to be their email address. So paulwarren@gmail.com is my email when I'm not on the board doing work. Someone would need to search into the archive to see if I'm posting to the archive. I think when you do that, you are going to trigger a lot of people thinking that you're monitoring their email. And I don't think that's good. I don't think it's good for volunteers to feel that way. I certainly wouldn't want you give the impression that someone's sitting there reading through my emails. Even if I'm on a public body and it is a public record, it still feels like surveillance to me. What I would suggest is it not be an electronic compliance check, that it would be a periodic polling of the board, of the commission. Send them a survey and say, as a reminder, you should be using this email address. Are you using it? If not, make sure you use it. That's what I would do it to that extent. But once you get into electronically searching a database for my name or my email address or my identifier to see if I'm doing something you think I should be doing, you're getting into surveillance. That's my view. That's what I'm struggling with.
But before we move on for a moment, though, could we have an answer to Bernard's question, which I think was related to Michael's earlier question about somebody who is using a non.gov email address contacting someone who is using a .gov email address, and whether that would be captured?
No, the question was whether you can get around this by just communicating using your private emails and not archiving them.
And I think in response to that, Bernard, I'd say the answer, unfortunately, is yes. But I think that's also the case for every other system and measure that's been put in place to try and improve the archiving practices of these kind of records. If someone is dead set on working around this by using a private email, I think we're pretty limited in what we can do to directly respond to that. But what I do think this resolution does, and it really builds on what I would argue was the success and positive update of the select board's board and commission handbook rather, is we set the expectation that this is an expected practice. Oh, sorry. I think I
You froze.
cut out there for a second. I was just going to say what I think this warrant article does that's really valuable is it sets the expectation of how people are supposed to comply with this policy. And it really builds on, as I was saying, the good work that the select board's already done in updating their handbook by saying, well, this is something that we expect of you if you're serving on an appointed board and commission and you're purely only in your conducting of town business, of course, but this is an expectation. So as we've talked about tonight, I think enforcement of this will be in some ways difficult and kind of ad hoc, as I think it just has to be by its nature. But I think setting the expectation up front is very important. It makes it clear that appointment authorities expect this of the people they appoint, and that we expect them to be responsive to that policy. So I think that's the value here.
All right, thank you, Michael.
I was just going to sort of ask what I think is a rhetorical question, is that if you receive a public records request for the information, for the communications of a public body on a particular matter, then is there any way to get that information without using the email addresses of the members of that public body?
Of course, you'd need to use the email.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
And just to clarify, Michael, as well, if someone is currently using a private email address and their records were requested through a public records request for their official activities on a board or commission, they are responsible currently for archiving all public records and communications in the service of business of that body for 3 years. And they would be responsible for turning those over to be in compliance with state law as things currently stand. Right. So our thinking here, and I think part of what made this addition to the select board handbook so welcome, is this in many respects puts in place a policy that simplifies and at the end of the day makes it much, much less onerous for any public, board or commission member who does find themselves on the end of a public records request. Rather than digging through their own private email and sorting out things that aren't official business, there would already be a record in this archive that could be done much more easily.
All right, so we've been going on for a while on this, and we have a few more warrant articles to cover. But thank you very much to our two petitioners. You've received a lot of feedback on both 12 and 24. And as you well know, as veteran petitioners, we normally don't vote on the initial night of presentation. So you'll be coming back, but thank you again.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, so next up, warrant Article 18 has been withdrawn. So we will then go to Article 19, which is to create a new town general bylaw to regulate the town's use of surveillance technology. And our co-petitioners here are Andrew Fisher and Clint Richmond.
Well, I was waiting for Andrew to come off.
I'm unmuting.
You all right?
Okay, I'm unmuting, and I'm.
Yeah, he's the lead petitioner here. I'm more of the slide assist tonight.
Well, I'm the named petitioner. I treat Clint as well as Amy Hummel as my co-petitioners. Let me start by saying good evening. Thank you for your time and attention. These are late nights for you, even more than they are for us. I also want to give a thank you to Melanie Otsuka, who has been extremely helpful in helping me in arrange this hearing and preparing for this hearing. I'm Andrew Fisher. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 13. the named petitioner on warrant articles 18 and 19, both addressing the problem of data collection by private entities such as Flock Safety, Sufa Digital, or Amazon Ring, and protecting the privacy of personal information that's swept up in their data mining.
So, Andrew, when do you want me to start the slides here?
Why don't you start?
Okay, I hope I can screen share here. If you bear with me, I will get that going. So we already mentioned 18 not being moved.
Okay.
So here's the first slide for 19, and tell me when to advance.
Okay, so my comment there, we already know, is that warrant article 18 is being withdrawn from the May town meeting. We hope to bring it forward in the future. Warrant article 19 would set up a process for public notice, public comment before allowing the town, whether it be a town department, agency, division, board, committee, or commission, to come before the select board at a public hearing before engaging in data collection or hiring any outside company, such as Flock or Sufa Digital, first to disclose any proposed data collection and explain what data is being collected and what precautions would be taken to limit appropriately and to protect the data being collected and to protect the data collection on residents and visitors within Brookline. And secondly, to control any unnecessary or unlawful dissemination of anyone's personal or private information. This builds upon the recent experience by the select board in the proposed data sharing agreement between the Brookline Police Department and Flock, when Flock was mounting license plate readers on private property in Hancock Village, aimed at Independence Drive, which is a public way and belonging to the town. This article 19 would also cover the tracking and personal movement of anyone that interfaces with the SUFA outdoor signs that are now prominent in commercial areas around the town, many of which are on public property. Most people do not realize that the signs communicate back to SUFA headquarters, and I get that information from the SUFA website. This includes tracking cell phone movements after someone interacts with the SUFA electronic billboard, and SUFA providing the information to its advertisers. SUFA claims that this data collection is solely in the public interest, but we don't know, do we know what SUFA collects? How long it preserves personal information it collects, or it controls, and what it does, if anything, to prevent wrongful dissemination of the private personal data it collects. Where the town enters into a lease or other agreement allowing SUFA to place its marketing kiosks, this agreement would be subject to the same public notice, public hearing, and disclosure that the Select Board provided for Flock in Hancock Village. And that's the end of it. As I'm saying, that the public hearing would require precisely what the Select Board wisely did when the arrangement between Flock and the police regarding Flock's data gathering in Hancock Village would be the model for what this warrant article would do. I guess I can conclude by saying that we've used with the selectmen's the way the Select Board has addressed this as a way as a template for how it should address similar situations as they occur. This would merely codify what the Select Board has already figured out.
All right, Andrew, thanks for those opening remarks. I just wanted to show some of the other slides here, some of those you referred to here. So Existing technology would be grandfathered in, upgrades would be subject to review. Let's see here. Here's a picture of the SUFA signs that, just for those who don't know what they look like, here in Coolidge Corner. There's a lot of surveillance technology that would apply to this that's town-owned, like these surveillance cameras that are all around public buildings, like the health building. This is based on model laws from the ACLU. And note to the select board and those watching tonight, I don't know if I can't remember if you shared this yet, Andrew, but we did get permission from the accepted language changes from the moderator to bring it more closely in line with the ACLU model.
Yeah, I would say that there were some, I did the drafting of this, and I drafted this based upon actually the CLUM, the Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts branch of the ACLU.
Right.
And their template has been used in Cambridge, Somerville, Medford, Lawrence, Northampton, Newburyport. And it's passed muster. And I was encouraged to amend the language in some cases, changed to conform to the template that's now in place in these 6 municipalities. And the amended version that's before the select board, you can see the changes, and all the changes do is change the language to
So we'll be submitting those to you all if they haven't already. And I'm sorry, I guess that was the end of the slide deck. I just wanted to go back to here's some examples of surveillance technology. It's not just cameras and ALPR. It's a number of different systems that, I mean, many
Your
of which
time is
are
up.
applicable. Thank you.
Can I ask whether the changes you made have been sent to us in red line?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Have the changes you mentioned been submitted to us in red line?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, do
I've been
any
out of
select
pocket
board
for a few
members? Sorry, go ahead, Bernard.
I was just saying I've been out of pocket for a few days, so.
I haven't seen a
I
red
may have
line
missed
version either.
There's no red line version in our packet.
The version you have, I believe, is redlined.
The moderator just approved them today, right?
Correct.
So I don't, yeah, so it could be in your packet, but I don't know if it's been sent or not. That's up, Andrew.
So that we had time to read it.
Exactly. But as the moderator said, we didn't see these as substantive changes. These were just closer conformance to the existing ACLU definitions and things of that sort.
All right, anyone have any questions or comments? John?
Would this require us to cancel contracts that are in effect with any companies?
There's a long paragraph that says it, that exempts any current practices in effect, so that any contract that's in effect would, it would not apply. Nor would it apply to standard practices of information gathering, such as mailing lists that the town clerk maintains of voters, voter lists, tax lists that the town assessor maintains, anything that's ordinarily now part of, that might be construed as data that could be collected. If it's part of a current practice, it continues to be exempt.
And I heard a lot of mention of one company in particular, Flock. Does it essentially boycott any contracts with Flock?
No, as we, as I indicated in my remarks, the model for this warrant article is the way the select board handled this when Phlox was coordinating with the police department with respect to monitoring license plates on public ways, particularly in Hancock Village.
But it doesn't, John, it doesn't ban it doesn't change anything that's in existence now, and we don't have an existing relationship with Flock, and it doesn't prevent anything. It just requires you to hold a formalized hearing, which we didn't have with Flock in the Flock instance. So
Not
there's
even
no.
the SUFA, not even the SUFA sign?
No, but if we renew the SUFA contract, then that would be a new application or an upgrade of some sort. So
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Andrew,
but
getting
again,
back to what you said,
it only requires a review. It doesn't require it doesn't ban anything. Just as you just have to have a formal process.
Andrew, you mentioned that this does not go backwards in terms of existing contracts. Could you tell us where that is? Or maybe I'm looking at an older version of your warrant article. I don't see that.
Give me a second here. It's in the, hold on, I need to get this on the screen. Too many things open at once. Section 1, definitions. Surveillance technology is described quite extensively, and that comes again from the Civil Liberties Union model. Under that, there is I don't see this now.
Right, I don't see any exemption language in there.
Well, then I've submitted the wrong copy before the board.
All right, Paul?
Yep, thank you for presenting this. So I have a question about private application. So let's say there's a resident lives along, any public way. Maybe they have an exterior uncovered driveway. They place a surveillance camera from any of the major, or maybe it's a Ring camera, that would cover the public way because it goes beyond the end of the driveway. It would cover the sidewalk. It would cover the street. Would this require that individual go seek select board approval for the implementation of that camera?
This would have been covered by Article 18. And it's one of the reasons that we realized that Article 18 wasn't ready for prime time yet. Article 19 addresses only when the town engages in data collection as defined in the article, or when the town engages an outside contractor, such as or contracts with an entity that gathers that's doing data collection as defined by the ordinance, by the bylaw, such as with SUFA or the town contract with Flock, the police arrangement with Flock.
Okay, so it's only for when the town is contracting with a party for surveillance technology. Is that true?
Exactly. Either when the town is doing surveillance technology or the town contracts with with an entity that's doing surveillance technology, either for the town or as part of an arrangement with the town.
Okay, sorry, Andrew. You know what? I realized I was looking at 18 when I was asking my question, so that's why. It was an appropriate question for 18, not for 19.
Michael?
As you pointed out, the definition of surveillance technology is very broad. My understanding of the SUFA technology is that it identifies passersby by getting ping requests for network services that are not associated with a specific individual or group. So I'm looking at the definition of surveillance technology, and it would seem by that definition that a SUFA system, as they describe it, would not be considered surveillance technology. And yet you've referenced the SUFA technology several times. So I'm wondering how you square that distinction.
SUFA, when you engage with SUFA with your cell phone, with an Apple iPhone, SUFA, I think Clint may be able to describe this better than me, but SUFA takes the information and continues to track the cell phone as you move away from the SUFA kiosk and stores it in SUFA's central computers so that it's available to the corporations that are seeking the information for sales data.
Right. But I don't believe that information can be associated with a specific individual or group. That's my point.
Well, if they're tracking your cell phone, they're tracking where you're going. They're tracking, I don't know what else they're tracking on your cell phone.
Okay, so I don't know if I want to get into the
Yeah, you
details
don't
of
wanna get-
pinging.
He may be using a bad example. is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Well, yes, I think so. On the flip side of that, if we, for example, had a parking meter that had a credit card reader on it, presumably that is information that could be associated with an individual and would be covered by this as surveillance technology, by your definition. Is that a correct reading?
Yeah, and when the police department or whoever is using the material, they come before the select board.
So
via the process here,
every time we
explain
have a
what it is and
contract
what
for
they're doing
parking
it. The
meters?
select board would
Okay.
ask relevant questions and approve it as it is, or have it be adopted or whatever.
I guess also to maybe elaborate, Michael, is that this warrant article would require town entities to conduct a review, and they might conclude that there is no surveillance technology here, but it at least allows us to know whether such a review has been done, as opposed to, say, reviewing the select board agenda to see if there's something that could be construed as surveillance. So I think it's a more systematic analysis of what may or may not be surveillance technology as defined in this bylaw.
All right, anyone else? Okay, why don't we open a...
Did Bernard have his hand?
All right. No, Bernard doesn't. All right. So why don't we open the public hearing for warrant Article 19? Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on warrant Article 19? I see we have Chief Jen Pastor here. Would you like to come up and comment?
Thank you all. Good evening. And I apologize in advance. I didn't realize 18 had been pulled, so I was prepared to speak to both, but in one statement. It shouldn't take too long, but I think what I want to focus on in the interest of time is just the significant issues in both articles, focused on 19. And I think you've all kind of identified those same issues. A lot of it has to do with how some of the key terms are defined. The definitions given of surveillance technology, surveillance data, they're written so broadly that they don't just apply to specialized or controversial tools like the ones mentioned here, but they apply to really almost anything. Everywhere we go, we're tracked. It's just, if you have a smartphone, if you have an Apple Watch, I can't think of a way to not be tracked in this day and age, and that's reality, whether we like that or not. This language says that any device, system, or software capable of collecting audio, visual, digital location information tied to an individual, it's everything that every one of us has on us probably right now in the room. Anything that has that capability. So in practice, that would include, and I understand now that the revisions have been made to exempt existing technology, but it would have included our body-worn cameras, our dispatch systems, our RMS, the mobile computers in our cruisers. It would even extend to our police radios that have GPS tracking capabilities. And it doesn't stop with policing, and that's been mentioned already. The same definition would also capture things like home security systems, Nest cameras, business security cameras, the cameras that exist on some of our houses of worship, things that are in place for very good reason, I believe. It would include smartphones, all of which are capable of collecting and storing audio, video, and location data. And there's also language that includes any vehicle or system equipped with that technology. It means a police cruiser itself could be considered surveillance technology. All of our Teslas around town, surveillance technology. The same issue exists with surveillance data, which is, again, defined so broadly that it includes police incident reports, arrest records, 911 calls, body camera footage, any standard routine evidence and standard police records and standard police protocols would fall under this. 18, I won't talk about, that went too far. It seems like the petitioners have recognized that. I think the unintended consequences here, are significant. I'm empathetic to concerns about privacy. But these articles don't just regulate surveillance in the way that they might expect. They sweep in core everyday police functions as well as technologies that our residents use in their everyday lives. And because those definitions are so broad, the approval requirements that would follow would apply not just to new or controversial things, just to our routine stuff, and even the common devices. When we have a crime series or a crime spree, I'm thinking probably most recently of a sexual assault we had a few blocks away, where the victim in that crime had mentioned that she's seen that suspect in the area many times before. I think that would be a totally appropriate use of a spot camera. The process that's suggested would put that off maybe a month by the time it's reviewed and reports are written and it's heard in public meeting, and a month is way too long, I think, to wait for that sort of a crime, for technology that is just routine for us to use. And I hope that that there's really a blanket trust when it comes to us using technology that we need to help solve crimes. So again, I understand the intent behind the proposals, but that intent is different from how it's written. And as it's written right now, it goes way too far beyond that intent. It creates real operational and practical concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to comment on Warrant Article 19?
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Might I respond to Chief Pastor's comments? Mr. Richmond has, due to my missing out on this, suggested that we should be contacting affected parties such as Chief Pastor, and I know Clint has already started reaching out. We should have given Chief Pastor notice before this hearing. We didn't have the opportunity to do that. That's my fault, and I'm happy to sit down with her together with Clint or with Amy Hummel and go over her concerns and see whether they're properly addressed or not, and if not, how to amend properly.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there will be further collaboration. Looks like Paul has a comment.
And I appreciate, Andrew, your willingness to work with the chief. And I appreciated the chief's comments. It made me think about just other departments that may be using technology now. The water department. My water meter's a smart meter now. It's kind of scary how much information that thing knows about the Warren family. And I would think that would be something that would be captured, under this bylaw. And that's one that the chief had mentioned many things. There could be many technologies, technologies that will be deployed into our parks for certain types of things in the future that we just haven't thought of yet. Transactional systems. If the police department wants to put in, Apple Watch readers for payment systems, would that be allowed, or would that need to be? Would that have to go through us here?
I'm sorry. I think that all of these would fall within the exception for pre-existing town practices and procedures. Data is collected in a lot of ways for a lot of legitimate purposes, and those are all specifically exempted in the warrant article.
Andrew, there was I'm gonna make a suggestion, just something for you to think about. The prior petitioners, Mike Toffel and Alec, they came to us maybe 2 years ago, Chaz and I, to discuss. They were going to file a warrant article, and it had to do with this archiving. They wanted everybody to have an email address, and we worked with them, and asked them to hold off on filing a warrant article and allow us to see if we could craft a policy and start with a policy at the board, and instead of just doing a warrant article right away. And that's what they did. And I think that's allowed this warrant article, which there's some archiving stuff, which I use surveillance as a terminology. But I think it helped this board and staff work out the kinks and the things that could work or not work through a policy. And I'm wondering if you would consider, instead of filing a warrant article at this time, work with the board and staff to develop a policy, because basically what you're asking for is a policy with the board and staff to bring attention and awareness and transparency to the public when certain types of surveillance technology are going to possibly be considered and deployed by the town. I'd ask you to consider that. It may allow us to work out some of the kinks here, the terminology, craft a policy that could be implemented for a bit of time and see if it's effective. It's a lot easier to change a policy than it is to change a bylaw through town meeting. Just something for you to consider.
As I mentioned, I think that we've done, I appreciate the suggestion, first of all. And in fact, that's, as I said, the reason we've tabled warrant article 18 for now. We felt that we were adopting primarily the procedure that the select board used with respect to the arrangements between Flock and the police, and we thought that was a system that worked, a procedure that worked well, and in essence, we're modeling that. We do think that every day information is gathered, and I think that George Orwell would be astounded at the technological ability to far surpass anything he predicted in 1984. And for that reason, we weren't willing to wait. We thought we had a good model based on what what the select board was doing. I'm eager to sit down with Chief Pastor and to see if we can make this workable for this.
I guess I would add, thanks, Paul. And there are some analogs to what you're suggesting. We have an AI policy, for example, which was apropos to one of the surveillance technologies we were talking about, or a different software technology. It wasn't surveillance. So I don't know if you're proposing that the board would like to develop commit to developing such a policy that might reduce the need for
that's actually what I am suggesting, and I appreciate that Andy, you both have referenced that you're modeling it off what we did with Flock. Now you do have to realize what we did with Flock was totally reactive, right? Because we got a bunch of phone calls, and it wasn't defined. We didn't have a policy written. We didn't have definitions. We kind of flew it by the seat of our pants. We had a public hearing and we listened. But you want to now put that into practice, which I think is not a bad idea. I just think jumping to a bylaw right away is really a big leap from a reactive public hearing that we held. I think operationalizing into a policy with the board and staff, working through what that all means through the creation of policy and deliberations at this board with input from the departments, I think we're going to end up with a better product, frankly, that could be revised easily if it doesn't work right away than you would if you try to go forward with a bylaw. It's just, I think policy would get you where you want to get quicker, and I think you'll end up with a better result than the current path. Just my thought.
Michael?
To add on to some of the things that Paul is saying, it seems to me that if this bylaw were to be passed, we would end up having to craft a policy anyway in order to operationalize the bylaw. So I don't think that the bylaw itself would avoid the need for the conversations that you're suggesting appropriately. So the other point that I would make to the Flock example is that one of the concerns that the chief expressed, and I share that concern, is the sense of scale of the work that would be required in order to respond to all of the cases that could potentially arise from the broad language that you've defined. And my concern of using the flock experience as a model for this is that I'm not sure that model would scale to the number of occurrences that we would need to apply it across all of our future consideration of technology. My hope is that there's that we can use technology in order to improve the efficiency of our operations more broadly, and so I think that the concern that I have with your definition of surveillance data and surveillance technology is that they are broad, and I agree with Paul that starting with a policy to really focus on a more direct set of concerns would get you farther faster.
All right, I see that Superintendent Paul Campbell has his hand raised. Go right ahead, unmute yourself.
I don't know if you can see me. I'm trying to put my camera on, but it looks like it may not be working. But that's okay, as long as you can hear me.
We hear you.
All right. So I just wanted to echo a little bit of what the chief said and maybe add a little bit. I appreciate that the petitioners here are willing to, have a conversation. I would be interested in seeing what the language is on. It seems like we have maybe an outdated draft and the current practices would be grandfathered in. I'd be interested in seeing that. Paul Warren brought up an example that he was saying applied to number 18, that if there was an incident and someone's Ring camera happened to capture that incident, and the police went to look at that Ring camera and wanted to use that video, and said, well, it seems like that's prohibited by 18. But I think that's also prohibited by 19, section 2A4, where it basically says that without having a hearing, we can't enter into an agreement with anyone to share or otherwise use surveillance data. And I think a Ring camera, someone has a Ring camera that captures a sidewalk, that would clearly be within the definition of surveillance data. This warrant article would require us to, have a hearing with 2 weeks notice, and I think put together like a surveillance package. I worry very much about the nature of policing is we do engage in some levels of surveillance that I think that we all agree is warranted and productive and what the community wants. We also deal in data. And so I worry about, where we're in a budget crunch, we're talking about cutting staff, doing more with less, and adding, the potential volume of the types of hearings that we would need to prepare for and be present for and bring people in to talk about. I just worry about what that may mean for the department. I don't see any kind of an emergency exception in here, and I think about a situation where a child, someone special needs, a 10-year-old is missing, walks off into the woods at night, and we want to call over to Newton. They have some night vision, or they have a thermal device that will help us search for that child. It seems pretty clear that might be covered by this warrant article, and there's going to be no time to have a hearing for something like that. Those are just a few of the concerns that I have. I do also worry about, there are things that we do that involve surveillance that really are not for public consumption. And it's not that we're doing something that we don't want the public to know about, but just like we don't conduct our investigations in the media, there are times when we need to do things. We may need to be conducting surveillance, and we may need for nobody to know about that. And that doesn't mean it's a secret from Chaz or the select board. but it's not something for a public hearing. It's not something that we can broadcast to everybody. And I worry that this warrant article proposal doesn't take that into account. Anyway, I'll leave it there, and I'm optimistic that, or encouraged that the petitioners are willing to have a conversation on this.
All right, thank you. We do still have a lot more in our agenda, so I recommend that we move on. But thank you very much to our two co-petitioners. You've received a lot of feedback. It's good to hear that you'll be meeting with the police department to further fine-tune this warrant article if it proceeds in that manner, or perhaps consider working with select board staff around a policy. So with that, we will now move on to Article 17. And I would like to reopen the public hearing for Article 17, but before we solicit public inputs, let's hear back from our co-petitioners, Chi-Chi Wu and Jessica Chico, also Marissa Vogt.
Hello, and good evening. Chi-Chi Wu, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7, with my co-petitioners, Alec Lebowitz, Jessica Kiko, Marissa Vogt. We've had some developments since last week. We had our hearing with the Advisory Committee's ad hoc subcommittee on Article 17 and 25. We also discussed with the moderator making some changes to the article to respond to some of the feedback we received last week. The moderator, we worked with the moderator on some language that the moderator considered in scope, which I believe is in your agenda packet. Just want to make sure that everyone has that.
I have that. It's revisions to Art 17 space NW, which I assume are the moderator's initials.
Yes. So as you can see, the revisions include responding to some of the comments with respect to minor language changes, making the term federal civil immigration enforcement consistent. In paragraph 2, changing the prohibition from the presence of civil immigration officials to the activity of civil immigration enforcement, and then changing the second sentence in section 2 to respond to some concerns of town council.
Hi there. Amy cut out the section.
Hi.
Andrew, could you mute, please?
Sorry, go ahead.
And so, as I mentioned at the last hearing, we intended to amend the warrant article by including paragraph 3 of the proclamation. The moderator seemed to think that the first sentence of paragraph 3 of the proclamation was fine, but the second one, talking about how the town administrator was authorized to seek injunctive relief, wasn't appropriate. So that was adjusted, and to respond to the concerns of the police department, we explicitly put in the warrant article that violations of this bylaw would be considered civil in nature only, so that they would not be expected to arrest ICE officers and be in conflict with them. We had our, as I said, we had our hearing with the AC subcommittee. Members of the AC also had additional language changes. We received something from the chair of that committee today, which we haven't had a chance to consider or include in a document or run by the moderator. And from what we understand, the chair of the AC subcommittee may not be the only one with suggested language changes. So this is drafting not just by committee, but by multiple committees at this point.
All right, thank you. John?
Thanks again to the sponsors of the article. if the chair agrees, I made a similar suggestion last week. It's 10:08, and everything that the has just been said in the introduction on this article is clearly true. And in fact, I witnessed the advisory ad hoc committee meeting yesterday, and it was inconclusive for the same reason that I think any discussion of this tonight at this late hour would also be inconclusive, because the language is still being worked out. And it feels a little bit, maybe there are select board members who have more changes that they want to suggest, but I don't think we're anywhere near reaching any kind of a culmination of our review of this article. And since we're going to be taking it up again when we know what the next round of changes will bring, might we abbreviate this consideration tonight and move on?
So my recommendation would, we could do that in part, but I would like to give everyone an opportunity if they have further comments based on this version. And also, we have a couple people who've been waiting a while who wanted to participate in public comment at the outset of our meeting.
For sure.
So give them a chance to speak, but then we can move on.
Okay.
So anyone on the select board want to further comment?
I mean, I
ahead,
had
Michael.
some comments, but I've delivered them to the petitioners for their consideration, and they don't need to come to this body absent of being incorporated into the final product at the petitioner's consideration.
All right, so Marty Rosenthal has his hand raised. Go ahead, Marty. Unmute yourself.
And then other folks who, if you want to make a public comment on this article in particular, I know we had some folks waiting from a while ago, please use the raise hand feature so we can call on you. Thank you.
I think I'm unmuted. Is there some reason my video, I don't care if the video is being blocked, is that right?
We don't see you, but that's okay. Go right ahead. We hear you.
Well, anyway, just for your information, I'm trying to be seen as well as heard, not that I care. All right, so I want to say a few things. I spoke last week, and this is a very, very complicated subject, both nationally and locally, and I know that it defies time limits, but I want to try to mainly say three things tonight. One is that I've learned the difference between an 800-pound gorilla and an 800-pound elephant. These are both present in this discussion. The fact of the matter is that no matter what gets done on this, the bottom line is, I know as well as you do that ICE is not going to care. We have an ICE agency that doesn't even care about breaking homicide laws. They don't care about kidnapping 5-year-old kids with bunny hats and putting them in detention. So what are they going to care about this? The bottom line is it's a welcome statement to make that we don't want you in town buildings and town property. We don't want you doing anything, in fact, in Brookline. I'd like to say that. But the fact is, it's not going to happen. And that's why I worry about a bylaw that's going to get struck down by the Attorney General. So, and that's going to, I think, infect all of the executive orders. So secondly, just in terms of the town council memo last week, every time I look at this issue, I see new things. Town council's memo says that the first prohibition is okay for two reasons. Number one, that it's similar to the executive order, and it is not. The executive order talks about facilities and buildings. The provision number one would ban ICE officials from using public property in general. It says public facilities, but it then goes on to say parks, parking lots. So if ICE parks on a public street, I've said this before, walks across the street, across the sidewalk into the police station, which is a facility, and says, is someone being released? And they get information and they wait outside and detain them. They've used public property to enforce an ICE detainer, which I believe are absurd detainers by an administrative agency that's corrupt. So that, I think that violates our sanctuary policy. And in fact, John Van Scoyoc, thankfully, I said last night that I was going to try to get some other ideas for 25 to propose to the petitioners. I hope they'll accept some of them. One that John suggested to me last night, I don't know anyone else you suggested it to, is that why, if ICE comes into the police station and says it's so-and-so being released, why do we have to answer that question? I don't think that would be interference or obstruction to say I'm not authorized to give you any information. That's in accord with the sanctuary policy. So I'm going to suggest some other things, but I think question number one is going to be clearly
Your
struck
time
down.
is up.
All right, thank you, Marty. Do we have anyone else who would like to participate on this warrant article in terms of providing comments? Anyone in the room? Chief Passer?
Good evening, and I'll be brief again on this. My biggest concern changing this executive order into a bylaw, or the way that it's written now, is about the enforcement piece. And I appreciate the work that the board did. Appreciate the work, that happened when the town administrator, town council, and I sat down to draft the executive order. I think to toot our own horn, I think we did a pretty good job, with contributions from everyone in the room. As it is, I'm comfortable with it. Once it becomes a bylaw, the enforcement piece becomes crucial. I understand that the petitioners are willing to bend a little bit and make it civil and say that the police, won't be the enforcement arm on this. But, as was pointed out earlier, we're the enforcement arm for all bylaws. It's written in there. And furthermore, in Mass General Law, there's the willing violation of a bylaw. That's a criminal offense, which does give us the authority for any town bylaw, to arrest. So as much as I can stress that point, I don't think it should be a police department enforced rule. I think I'm comfortable with it as an executive order as it is, and I appreciate you considering that.
So a question I have for you, if I may. So when you say that under Mass General Law, the police would have the authority to arrest, having the authority is not the same as a mandate to arrest.
Correct.
So how does the police department exercise its discretion?
We always exercise discretion, and certainly, this wouldn't absolve us of that duty to intervene piece that's in our existing policies. And if it's obvious that excessive force is being used, for an example, that there's an assault and battery, dangerous weapon happening, we have that duty to intervene. That's covered by state law and covered by our policies as well. And we could charge criminally for those things. But I wouldn't want to, we're in this room now and we all understand the intent, but 10 years from now, should this rear its ugly head again, I don't think any of us will be here. Maybe you will. And, it's going to fall back to how things are written in the bylaws.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
A question I have for town council, if he's still on. So Marty Rosenthal had raised via email at least, and some others have brought up the issue about whether there's the unintended risk of a bylaw leading to attorney general review and then executive orders being stricken, and this sort of having the reverse impact of what it sets out to accomplish. Could you comment a bit more on that?
Yeah, so Joe Callahan, Town Council, what I understand Marty's concern is that our executive orders are not reviewed by the Attorney General's office. Bylaws, however, are. And in the scenario where the bylaw is not approved by the Attorney General's office, that would cause grave concern over the enforceability of the executive order. So, I think his concern is you're, adding additional risk by having this as a bylaw, that there's it will, if passed, it will be subject to the Attorney General's review, which may strike it down, which may make the executive order harder to enforce.
Now, Marissa Vogt emailed us after our last meeting that Plymouth has a similar bylaw that it's proposed, and I believe their town meeting meets before ours does. Marissa, do you have any more details on what's going on in Plymouth?
Hi, everyone. Marissa Vogt, town meeting member in Precinct 6. I believe their town meeting is set to take this up this weekend.
All right, thank you.
Or take up their version of something similar. Maybe Alec has something.
All right, Alec, and then Chi-Chi, go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much, Vice Chair Perlman. I just wanted to briefly comment on this because this very question was broached at the advisory committee hearing last night. And in particular, the contrasting example was given of the Renter's Handbook bylaw, which you will remember I appeared before you in April and May of last year to promote. And we discussed at length in consideration of that bylaw about why we had gone down a particular path as the petitioners to not jeopardize similar programs that had already been established in other communities. What I said to the advisory committee last night, and I just wanted to repeat now, is I think there's a couple key distinctions between the renter's bylaw example and the example we're talking about this evening with these the select board proclamation and the executive orders given in the other greater Boston cities. And I think the one difference is in the case of the renter's handbook, what we were dealing with in these other communities were mature programs that had been in place for, in some cases, as long as a decade, and had been really enmeshed and integrated into the tenant support systems that had been established in those communities. So the revocation of those programs through an action Brookline took would have had a really substantial impact, an immediate impact on renters, particularly in those communities. I think in the case of this, our proclamation and the analog orders that were issued in other communities, these are very new. And their enforceability and frankly, their legality has not really been put to the test at this point. So in addition to, I think, providing clarity for enforcement purposes and stronger force of law behind it for future enforcement actions, which we feel are advantages of the bylaw approach, I think it's also important that members of these communities, including Brookline residents, know if those orders are effective, if they are enforceable, if they are legal. Because right now, I think many members of the community are really counting on those policies as shields, as protections, from the worst excesses of this federal administration. So if, near verbatim language is struck down by the Attorney General, that may be something we want to know. Because it may mean we need to alter what our official proclamation or guidance is. We may need to adapt it to make it more enforceable or to address whatever legal concerns might be raised by Attorney General review. So, we see those two examples as pretty different, and I think that informs a lot of our thinking in this approach.
Thank you. Chi-Chi?
Hi, yes, thank you, Vice Chair Perlman. I wanted to address some of the points made by Chief Pastor on the enforcement. At this point, we've made it very clear that this bylaw will only be a civil violation. We could put in explicitly that it's not enforceable under Article 10.1 of the bylaws, which is the criminal enforcement, so that, there's nothing in the town bylaws that makes it something enforceable only by the police. I would say that while we can't control Massachusetts law stating that a violation of a bylaw is a misdemeanor, I think it would be a very unusual situation to try to prosecute as a misdemeanor something that's in a bylaw that clearly says it's only civil in nature. So, we've really tried to accommodate the concerns of the police department on this.
Thank you. All right, so it sounds like there will be some further language refinements based on advisory committee recommendations. So this is not quite ready yet for a select board vote. So we'll continue this discussion at our next meeting. But thank you once again for coming and explaining to us your updates, and thank you to those who participated in public comment for the hearing. That will bring us now to Article 25. I will now close the public hearing from Article 17 and open the public hearing for warrant Article 25. But before we go to members of the public, let's go ahead and hear from our co-petitioners, Chi-Chi Wu and Alec Lebovitz, about any updates as to warrant Article 25.
Yeah, I'll be very, very brief, David. I think 25 is in a very similar position to 17. We got a lot of substantive and I think in many cases very helpful and well thought out amendments to Article 25. And we have received a number of sets of comments from AC members. We're expecting several more We've also invited Mr. Rosenthal to submit his ideas. As he mentioned, he has a few for this article. So, per John's suggestion earlier, I think this is another article where we're still fine-tuning the language. We're trying to, build a consensus between multiple town boards right now. So this is likely another article that would be more germane to revisit further in the process.
All right, thank you. And we have Chief Pastor here who may want to opine.
Thank you all again. So my concerns with this warrant article really start with Section 4, which calls for us withdrawing from the BRIC. I do believe that this is based on good intention, but a misunderstanding of what our partnership with the BRIC actually is. The BRIC is not ICE. It's not immigration. It's not civil immigration enforcement entity. It's a federally recognized fusion center that provides information related to serious criminal activity and only criminal activity, to terrorism, to threats to public safety. Our participation is governed by strict federal standards, including 28 CFR Part 23, which limits what information we can collect in Brookline and what we can share, and vice versa. So the problem with withdrawing is straightforward. So we stand to lose everything. We stand to lose our local access to critical intelligence, including threat assessments related to our schools, our houses of worship, and our threat assessments for large events. And it doesn't do anything to change federal policy. It just reduces our situational awareness here in Brookline and our ability to prevent harm. Moving on to Section 5, which addresses fingerprinting for juveniles for misdemeanor arrests. This is one of the most concerning provisions. Fingerprinting is the only reliable way that we have in the police department to positively identify somebody in our custody. People are frequently arrested without ID and lie to us and give us false names, which I'm sure you're all shocked to hear. Without fingerprints, we can't confirm somebody's identity, we can't check for existing warrants, and we can't accurately assess a criminal history. And so there's also a practical issue. Without first identifying someone, there's no reliable way to determine whether or not they are actually a juvenile if they claim to be one, and Superintendent Campbell has personal experience with that. The unintended consequence is that we are choosing to operate without knowing who we have in custody, which create risks for officer safety, case integrity, and accountability. It's unsafe, and I don't believe that we would maintain our accredited status if we were to adopt this section of the warrant. Section 6 is a little bit more nuanced. It references policies that we already follow and that I expect the board to hold us accountable for following, including de-escalation and our duty to intervene and report misconduct. We already have that. It's redundant. I think it's duplicative. And then it moves into an expectation that we would investigate or intervene in actions of federal officials, and sometimes that's appropriate, and I would argue that sometimes, this is creating an expectation in a bylaw that removes the ability to assess each situation appropriately. There might be times where, it's not our place to do that investigation. We might outsource to maybe the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office or a state agency, state police where appropriate. But this ties us to being the investigative agency. And then the last piece, Section 7, calls for the ceasing of the pursuit of UASC funding. Again, I think this is based on outdated information. The courts have already ruled that federal agencies cannot condition that funding on immigration enforcement operation, and I know that is likely to be appealed. But there's no current requirement tying those funds to ICE involvement. So the impact of walking away from UASC funding will be immediate, and it would be significant. These funds support town emergency preparedness efforts, interoperability, regional response capabilities across multiple town departments, not just the police department. Choosing to forgo them would reduce our ability to prepare for and respond to major incidents without any corresponding legal or policy benefit, and certainly in our current budget situation, nothing that's going to come and replace everything that we have. When you look at the sections together, the pattern is clear. Each one is based on a concern, but the proposed solution creates a different set of risks. Loss of intelligence and ability to identify individuals, legal ambiguity in enforcement, and reduced access to critical funding and equipment. We do all share the goal of building trust and protecting civil liberties, but these provisions do not strike the right balance. They would make it harder for us to do our job safely and effectively, and ultimately they would make our community less safe. And so for those reasons, I can't support those sections of the warrant.
Thank you. Just a question I have. You mentioned that the police department would lose its accreditation if if you withdrew from the BRIC. Could you explain that further?
So if we were to adopt the provision where we don't fingerprint juveniles or for misdemeanor arrests, it's in there as part of the accreditation mandates that we fingerprint in custody.
Okay. Michael?
I just want to make sure that I understand the distinction in number 5. I believe that number 5 says, calls upon the select board to order the BPD and the BPT to cease forwarding fingerprints to the FBI when individuals are arrested. And my question is there operationally a distinction between taking fingerprints and forwarding fingerprints to the FBI?
That's a good question. And right now, no, operationally there is not. We roll prints electronically. We still have a mechanism for rolling ink prints if you come in for sometimes like a professional license. You'll need your ink prints rolled and submitted on a paper card. But part of our fingerprinting process, we roll them electronically. They automatically get sent off to the FBI. That's the nationwide database where people get a state ID, a tracking number. That stays with them even if they change names or they use an alias. The prints are tied to that federal identification number.
Thank you.
All right. Why don't we now move to the public comment portion? Oh, excuse me. I see that one of the petitioners has her hands raised. Jessica Chico, you wanted to comment on something?
Yes. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Jessica Kiko. I'm the chair of the Immigrant Advancement Committee for CDICR in the town and one of the co-petitioners. I wanted to respond to a couple of things that have been said that we've also heard in prior conversations that we had with the police department in preparation for these public hearings and last night at the advisory committee public hearing. One of the things that I think there's
we've lost your audio.
She's frozen.
agencies that contribute to the BRIC. That's not just a lack of understanding that we have, it's a lack of understanding that many have, including several Boston City councilors that have recently requested clarity from their own Boston Police Department around exactly what communication between the police departments and federal agencies that are involved in the BRIC look like. We know, as we've presented before the select board before, that the information that is fed into the BRIC is not limited to criminal activity, that it extends to surveillance of lawful activity, and that once that information is inputted into the BRIC, even though it is not perhaps directly shared by our local police department with ICE for civil immigration enforcement purposes, which would of course be a violation of our existing policies, it is there and it is shared perhaps with other federal law enforcement agencies who then will share it with ICE and other agencies. I think we know that there's no kind of walls between federal agencies right now, that any data that DHS is able to get their hands on, they will use and have used. I also wanted to address the UASI funds because I think, I hear the concerns around loss of resources that foregoing these funds would mean for a police department. But I would also hope that both our police and fire department are thinking about how to continue to function without these federal funds, because this is, outside of this resolution, there have been repeated threats by the federal government to have strings attached to these types of federal funds, not just immigration enforcement, others, to withhold funds from jurisdictions that the federal administration considers to be sanctuary jurisdictions. We're only a little bit more than a year into this administration, and so far the courts have struck down these conditions that would require us to engage in immigration enforcement to receive these funds, but we can't be certain that the courts are going to hold the line. So I would urge us to kind of think more broadly about that. And lastly, UASI funds is what funds the BRIC, right? So they're closely intertwined. So those are primarily the things that I wanted to speak to.
All right, thank you.
Can I just jump in briefly on UASI? Because I do think it's really important I take the co-petitioner's point. I will say that since July of 2024, we on town staff have been preparing for this possibility that federal funding would vanish. So since the presidential debate, which was pretty disastrous, we've been watching this, and we know what our exposure is. We know what would happen if we lost not just this money, but all our federal money. We are ready for that eventuality. It's not going to be pretty, but I also think that that's not a reason to self-withdraw from it in the absence of those. I think we should hold on to whatever resources we can for as long as we can, as provided that we are not forced to do something that we are not morally ready or willing to do. And let's be clear, we were ready with UASI to make that. We were operating under that assumption as recently as about a month ago. So we are ready to forego UASI if we need to, but UASI is critical to our operations right now, and I don't think foregoing it voluntarily is wise, or especially in this environment. It funds so much more than just regular policing activity, equipment. It funds emergency management. It funds the fire department. It's a critical resource. So I do want to just reassure people that yes, we are prepared to lose it, but no, I don't think it's a good idea to voluntarily relinquish it.
All right, looks like Chief Sullivan has joined us. Go ahead.
Thank you, John Sullivan, Fire Chief, Emergency Management Director, and the jurisdictional point of contact for UASI. So to just piggyback on what Chaz just said, is that not only have we been preparing for the eventuality that the conditions would not allow us to move forward with UASI money, one of the things that this petition does not address is the fact that anything that we have had and accumulated through UASI funding over the course of the last 15 plus years, or 20 years almost, is subject to pullback. So the fire department's SCBA, some of the metering equipment that we have, all of the sheltering equipment for emergency management to maintain emergency shelters for the town, our funding for our equipment in our emergency operations center, those things are all subject to recall by UASI if we withdraw from this. I think the petitioner just showed that the real reason behind withdrawing from UASI is not all the good work that it does. It's because it is associated with the BRIC. And Chief Pastor made a compelling argument about what the BRIC actually does for her department. It's all tied back to the BRIC. And for the emergency management and the rest of the town functions that get much needed essential funding and equipment through UASI, to be held hostage to that, I think is not the right way to go about doing business. This is for communities that are at risk of being part of the global fight against terrorism. We found that out in 9/11, and that's why this was funded. It's not because the town hasn't done due diligence or anything like that. We are in a position where we are contiguous to Boston, which is a target for terrorism that's been identified by the federal government long before this administration, and it is realized that the local governments, as part of that reaction force, should an event occur, just do not have the ability to be able to be standing up all of the equipment and resources they need without the help of these funds. The communications infrastructure, so that we have interoperability communications all throughout the Metro Boston region, is all because of the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars that have come through the UASI funding. There are certain elements in today's federal government and immigration enforcement and potentially, the information that the BRIC is accumulating. I don't have a lot of expertise in that. I can't speak to that. But to weigh that against the dramatic amount of equipment and training and resources that we get, it doesn't make sense. So that's that's As the jurisdictional point of contact, I wish that the petitioners had come to me and asked me questions about how this would affect UASI. They did not. No one to this day has called me and asked me what my opinion was on it. So I don't think the due diligence was done by the petitioners on this.
Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to make kind of a general comment, not about this article, but in general. I don't know if this was by design, but boy, you're playing defense tonight. How many articles have you got up and spoke on? 3, 4? Right? It's remarkable to me. A few years ago, we went through a phase, and this will probably get some people excited, but I'm going to say it anyway, of defunding the police. That was a phase we went through. I feel like we're now neutering the police. I mean, it's remarkable to me that you're playing defense on so many articles. Surveillance, limitations on what you can do. I don't know. I feel like we've gone backwards. I'm not supportive of this article at all, and I'm very concerned about the others. And I feel like we're going backwards and nibbling back at the police. We should pay attention that she's been here for 2 hours commenting on various articles. That should say a lot to this board. That's all I have to say.
All right, and with that, why don't we go to the public hearing? Hannah Klotz tried to participate at the outset of the meeting. Thank you for your patience. So why don't we go to you first?
Hi, I wanted to speak in support of warrant Article 25. If we want to be a safe space for our constituents and our neighbors and our residents, then we cannot be helping DHS spy on our neighbors. Participating in BRIC allows ICE to target immigrants and POC within our community. Also, if we want to condemn the racism and violence perpetrated by ICE, we must prevent them from surveilling us in our community, which includes social media surveillance of social justice groups. And I would also say that I condemn selling out our immigrant communities for federal surveillance funds. Thank you.
All right, next we have Shoshana Ehrlich, who signed up in advance.
Hi. I'm trying to put my camera on here, get my plant out of my face. Thank you very much. I also am speaking in favor of warrant Article 25, and I do want to focus on the BRIC. And the relationship between Boston Public Schools and ICE came to light in 2017 when a student was written up in an incident report after a bunch of students failed to start a fight. He was identified without any credible evidence that he was part of MS-13. And despite the claim by the then superintendent of the Boston Public Schools that no information was ever shared with ICE, that turned out not to be the case. And pursuant to a lawsuit that was brought, at least 135 student incident reports generated by the Boston Public Schools were made accessible to ICE through BRIC. Things have tightened up since then. There were amendments, but a critical ongoing concern is with the gang assessment database, which is an interjurisdictional shared database accessible to other agencies. And young people are assigned to this database based on a 10-point system. And in 2022, in the case of Diaz-Ortiz versus Garland, it's an en banc decision by the First Circuit. The court talked about the dangers of its subjective criteria that can criminalize normal teenage behavior. It presents a considerable risk of error, requires careful fact-finding, that virtually any interaction with someone identified as a gang member walking, eating, recreating, communicating, or otherwise associating with someone who themselves may inappropriately be considered a verified gang member can in fact result in that person being added to the database of gang activity. And verification in this case showed social encounters in unremarkable neighborhood locations, parks, school, front of teenagers' homes, resulted in a verification of a non-gang related student being identified, and the court said certainly the fact that young men were all Hispanic does not permit an inference that any or all of them were gang members. And we need to stand by all members and vulnerable, marginalized members of this community. Thank you.
All right, next we have Sarah Sherman.
Sorry, we had somebody.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Sherman Stokes, and I'm here to speak in support of Warrant Article 25 as well. I'm a clinical associate professor of law, and I also teach immigration law at Boston University School of Law, where I run the immigration clinic, and I represent people who are facing deportation. Serendipitously, the young man that Shoshana was speaking of is my client, or I should say was my client. I represented that child who was a high school student when his information was shared by a school resource officer with the BRIC. And because his information was shared with the BRIC, he was detained for over a year, almost 2 years, in ICE custody here in Massachusetts, separated from his family despite being a teenager, despite being a high school student. He was working part-time and going to school. He was pulled out of his community, sent to jail, where he became suicidal because he was so depressed about the horrific conditions that he was enduring. He ultimately gave up his case and was deported to El Salvador despite having a meritorious claim for relief because he could not stand being in detention. And this was all because of the BRIC. It was because his private information about a would-be argument in a high school cafeteria, something that we can all relate to, something that probably all of us have experienced as teenagers, my own kids experienced as tweens. That information about a would-be argument in a high school cafeteria was shared with the BRIC, and he was detained and deported on that basis. I am absolutely confident that he is not the only one. As Shoshana said, many children have been targeted. Their information has been shared with the gang database and with the BRIC, despite what Chief Pastor said. The BRIC actually doesn't focus just on criminal activity. The BRIC has written so-called intelligence reports on anti-war groups, local activists, including Howard Zinn, the National Lawyers Guild, and the ACLU. The BRIC has produced 1,500 pages of surveillance on Occupy Boston, on labor unions, on the Black Lives Matter movement. It has targeted and surveilled the social media presence of Muslims and Arabs for using common Muslim terms like Ummah, that means community. The BRIC targets many, many people who have nothing to do with nothing to do with criminal investigations, nothing to do with crime. I'll also note that, as you know, we're often compared to Newton, our neighbor. Newton is not a participant in the BRIC, and as far as I know, their crime has not surged. Terror attacks are not up. We can be a safe and inclusive community without the BRIC, and that's why I strongly, strongly support Warrant Article 25. Thank you.
All right, we have someone in the room who would like to participate in public comment for this warrant article. Go right ahead, come to the podium.
My name is Suzette Abbott, and I'm a town meeting member of Precinct 10. And I want to make remarks in support of Warrant Article 25, and first talk about the current political situation. Currently, we see increasing threats to democratic functioning, and we see a greatly expanded immigration police force that functions almost as a private militia at the command of a would-be dictator. In the last few months, we all witnessed the much publicized murder of 2 white citizens of Minneapolis at the hands of this force. Much less witnessed or discussed are the mostly hidden deaths of dozens of others. almost exclusively people of color, at the hands of or in the custody of ICE. This is the federal law enforcement that we are discussing sharing our information with. The BRIC is the Department of Homeland Security funded intelligence gathering operation, with federal agents sitting side by side with Boston police. They have access to the full range of intelligence gathered by the agency. The Justice Department and DHS have made it clear that all information gathered or held by any federal agency is available to ICE. At this moment, it seems clear that the greatest threat to the well-being of people of Brookline or the entire state and country is not coming from crime unsolvable by traditional police methods. Rather, it is coming from our government, which is perfectly willing to do away with our rights and liberties. We should not be partnering with their surveillance and deportation schemes. A yes vote on Warrant Article 25 is a clear rejection of those schemes and an affirmation of our status as a sanctuary town. Thank you.
All right, next we have Marty Rosenthal.
No. Still can't. Oh, there it is, showing up with my background. Okay, so I have some thoughts on this. I didn't say much about it last week, and I gave more last night with very severe time constraints to the advisory subcommittee. First, I want to respond to what Paul said, because I really yield to nobody who was disturbed about the years that I call the troubles, which were 6 years, and I was accused of being an apologist for the police department. I happen to know from vast statewide experience, we have a great police department, and they were unfairly attacked during that time. And someone's running for select board now that actually voted against the contract for the 17%. However, I think Paul's wrong that this is part of that. And I'm sorry the chief is going through this, but these issues are much different. And I accept much of what Suzette just said, that we're talking about a crisis in law enforcement, that it could happen in Brookline, and there have been people detained in Brookline. So I think that to conflate those two things is really wrong. Secondly, I hope everyone will read the Vera report that I sent you, because it really gets into the complicated issues. On this article, I really have less interest in the technical issues that you're talking about. They're important. But what I would like this article to do, and I said so last night, is add additional things that Brookline should be doing and proposing. And I'm going to do some of that. And I wonder if that should if you should even be looking at next week as opposed to 2 weeks from now, because I know the petitioners are working on things, and I'm going to send more things to the petitioners. I hope they'll be open to it. I want to mention briefly the paragraph on the general orders. It's been discussed briefly, and part of what I'm going to propose, if I can ever get my act together and stop participating in all these hearings, is a referral motion that's going to suggest that the proclamation be put into the general orders instead of a bylaw that's going to get reviewed and I believe struck down by the Attorney General. And those general orders are referred to, the main one that's the paragraph 6, it does just repeat the use of, it's Order 51. It doesn't add anything to Order 51. But one thing I want to point out is 50, which is the one, and they don't mention in here the duty to intervene, which I think is very important in 50. But 50 does not apply to non-Brookline officers. 51 does. And I think that needs to be looked at as well as one of the things that the general orders should be improved with. So I'm going to propose other additional ideas. I think that the Know Your Rights brochure needs to be improved, and I know that Jessica knows 1,000 times more about this immigration stuff than I do, but I know a lot about people getting
Your
arrested.
time is up.
All right, we have a high school student who would like to speak. Go right ahead.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me? I strongly support the proposal made by Warrant 25 for Brookline to withdraw from BRIC. As a high school student at Brookline High School, I fear for my Black and Latino peers in the Brookline community who have to worry about being connected to gang activities and crime just because of their appearance. It is extremely concerning to me that the group of individuals who make up BRIC's database is more than 97% person of color. The targeted violation of person of color information needs to stop. The right to privacy should be maintained for all, regardless of race, which is why I support this proposal.
All right, thank you. We have another individual in the room who would like to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, David Clafter, town meeting member, precinct 10. I also wanted to respond to Paul's comments earlier. I think that to conflate the period now with where we were 6 years ago is to really misunderstand the profound political crisis that this country's going through. I think to be blind to the fact that our federal government is attacking many of our basic rights of civil rights, due process rights, and seemingly willing to undermine elections to stay in power, even to the extent of threatening to run for a third term right now, that to not deal with the question of how we relate to federal authority, federal police authority, is to misunderstand the political moment in a really pretty profound way. And I think that we'll discuss it in the town meeting, but I think that the time right now is to be very skeptical of any cooperation, any information sharing with federal authority, as long as that authority is unwilling to restrain itself. Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else online who would like to be heard as part of the public hearing?
I know Chi-Chi was going to, one of the co-petitioners.
Yeah.
We'll go back
Vice
to her in a
Chair
moment. Okay,
Perlman?
sorry. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, if no one else has public comment, I just wanted to respond to a point by Chief Sullivan. Chief Sullivan criticized the petitioners for not meeting with him as the point of contact for UASI. I want to say that we only learned that Chief Sullivan was the point of contact from UASI yesterday at the Advisory Committee Subcommittee meeting. We had no knowledge that the fire department was the lead on this. We did reach out to Chief Pastor. We had a conversation with Chief Pastor. She graciously, and Superintendent Campbell and one other member of the police department had a conversation. We have tried to respond to concerns by the police department. We are happy to try to respond to concerns by the fire department. However, we should make clear that we are very concerned about Brookline's participation in BRIC, and we need to have that conversation at town meeting. I mean, to be honest, before this warrant article, I didn't know anything about BRIC. And now that I've heard of it, I'm really appalled at the thought that we're participating in this. And I think this needs to be brought to the attention of town meeting, and town meeting may vote it down and not have any problem with it, but folks should be aware of it. Thank you.
Chaz?
And I think as we're having this conversation, which is good that we're getting all this information out there, a couple of just points. One of which is, I think a lot of the distrust of the BRIC and the issues that have been raised stem from things, the reference that is constantly made is to something that happened in 2017. In 2019, Boston passed the Trust Act. Boston administers the BRIC as part of a response to the issues that were raised here. It's designed to provide oversight and additional clarity to the BRIC to prevent the things that happened in 2017 from happening again. Now, I understand that people may say, well, that doesn't go far enough, that doesn't, this and that. We haven't heard that discussed here. We keep going back to 2017 and this terrible incident that happened, and we aren't talking about the Trust Act or anything that's happened subsequently to that. And it's creating this view of the brick that is incomplete. And so I think if we're going to have this discussion, let's have a full discussion of what's happened since 2017, what's happened in 2019, what's happened subsequent to that in terms of the oversight that is now being provided to the brick. The other thing that I think is really important to flag here is the general is the expansion of this idea that we don't work with the federal government. Because, yeah, it is an unfortunate reality that we live in this environment under a federal government that is disrespectful of the rule of law, that is flouting the rule of law. And as I said earlier, we on staff have been working on this issue about how we respond to a lawless federal government since before this administration was sworn in. I'm very proud of the work our team has done and the support the Select Board has given us in thinking about how to be responsive to a federal administration that is so nakedly corrupt and lawless and all of those things, and to do it in such a way that makes it stick. That's the thing that really gets to me. We are struggling as localities in the face of an overwhelming federal hostility. And that doesn't mean we should just roll over and do nothing, but that means we should work effectively. And I think the unfortunate reality of the situation is we cannot fully disconnect from the federal government. That is just not possible. And we have to take into consideration what protections we can put in place without fully disconnecting from the federal government. There's the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution. Like, we cannot get away from them, much as we might like to. And so we have to figure out how to make that work, how to balance that out. And I will say that we have been committed, all of us, across the departments, to figuring out how to make that work, how to effectuate the will of Brookline, which is very clearly said to us. We do not support the actions of this lawless federal government, and we want to do something about it. And my response to that has been, let's figure out a way to make that stick. Let's not be performative. Let's be proactive. And so I don't want us to go down the rabbit hole of picking the wrong targets, focusing on small-scale things. I want to focus on protecting the people who live in this town, the people who are subject to those ICE detainers, the people who could be picked up off the street. I think of that poor student who was picked up in Somerville all the time. Rameza Ataturk. I live in fear of that happening here. And I think about how we can protect our residents and make sure that that doesn't, to the extent that we can protect our residents, that we do our best to make that happen. So I don't want people to think that when you hear Chief Pastor, Chief Sullivan, and me saying, let's think about this, let's talk about this, that it's a knee-jerk reflexive reaction, or that it's, a closing of ranks or any of that, or that we are not taking seriously the concerns that this community has about the federal government. We are very concerned about what the federal government is doing, and we are fighting it. But we are fighting it in ways that we're trying to fight it in ways that work. And so I would just, as we have this discussion, I would strongly encourage us to have that discussion fully informed about what it is that we're actually doing, what we can and can't do, and then thinking strategically about how we can invest our resources to combat the unlawful activities of the federal government. So that's just where I am on this.
All right, we'll go to Petitioner Jessica Kiko, and then we really should move on.
Thank you. Yes, and I want to acknowledge that it's past 11 o'clock, so I'll be very brief. But I just wanted to mention that I think that there's a sense that if something doesn't violate the Trust Act, that then it's okay and there's no kind of cooperation or data sharing. And that's not the case. The Trust Act speaks to specific prohibited actions between the Boston Police and ICE. But what we are really speaking about is our values, right? The values that we stated that we want to live by and that have shaped some of our policy. And so to really live those values, we need to go beyond kind of the limited four corners of a sanctuary city policy that we currently have, or the Boston Trust Act, and really look at kind of those more deeply embedded ways in which we might be perhaps inadvertently acting against our values.
All right, Bernard. If you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just wanted, I'll put my picture up here so you see what I look like. Hey, I just wanted to speak to Paul's comment about the defund the police thing. I think there is a difference between what happened then, which was purely performative and, in fact, for many people, kind of the cool thing to do. But now we're dealing with a situation where it's much more dangerous and it's coming from a force that we can't fight. We don't have an army. So we have to figure out ways of sort of almost like guerrilla warfare. No, I shouldn't say that. I have to figure out, let's see, what's a good word that won't get me into trouble? Figure out ways of resisting within the strictures that, we're given by, things like the Supremacy Clause and the power of the federal government and the failure of our institutions to put it in any controls. So in that regard, I think one thing that we should think about is really try to analyze and understand the Boston Trust Act, as well as the the Protect Act of in the state legislature, and figure out and realize that any assurances we receive from BRIC, like we received a couple days ago in an email, should be suspect, and we should figure out ways to demand honest responses, and really question everything that they say and do, and require them, force them, to the extent we can, to give us the information on who is being put in their databases, for example. What are the incidents that have happened over the last few years that are pretty outrageous, and what are they doing about it? Now, that's not going to guarantee very much, but at least it's a proactive way of responding and maybe getting some assurance, and just putting them on notice that if they want to carry out their actions in the way that they have in the past, that there will be some resistance. I think that a lot of the things, I agree with a lot of things that Chaz said, but we have to respond in some way, and we just have to figure out the most creative, effective way of doing that. And it's not always easy. Thank you. And by the way, I was chair of the select board during that defund the police craziness, and it was pretty harrowing. So I'll just say that.
I'll make one point, since my name has now been invoked 4 times. I
ahead,
told
Paul.
you I'd get some reactions. Let me be clear. I said that Chief Pastor had been, for the past 4 warrant articles, she's had to defend her department by being restricted in some way. That was my point. It reminds me of that period when she had to get up multiple times and defend her department. So, whether you like the reference or not, certainly it's a much different time, but each one of these articles that we've discussed for the past 2 hours is directly impacting her department. And I can't remember in my tenure on the select board her having to get up as many times as she has tonight to defend her department and actions that town meeting are going to take that may restrict her in her ability to protect Brookline's public. And yeah, that does remind me from back when we were doing the defund the police time. Just the way I feel. Thanks.
All right. With that, why don't we move on to our next warrant article? So thank you to the petitioners. We will close for now the public hearing on warrant article 25, and we will reconvene on warrant article 25 at a subsequent select board meeting. So next we have warrant article 21, resolution expressing support for the Massachusetts Medicare for All legislation. Do we have the petitioner on?
So this is a continuation of the prior one. You don't need the update from the petitioners. We have additional information in the packet about where this has been. Melissa, I don't know if you're on.
Melissa's not on.
Melissa's not on. She may be down in advisory if they're still going. Hold on one second. So you've got you've got updated information here. The Human Services Subcommittee report came in. There was an amendment. The amendment does have some significant changes. The resolution talks about urges the Commonwealth to develop and establish a state healthcare system that provides universal, affordable, and accessible healthcare for all residences and reduces costs for municipalities. They also make specific reference to the single-payer healthcare system legislation that's now pending in the legislature. But with those changes, the Human Services Subcommittee recommended favorable action.
Has the advisory committee taken this up yet? In its current form?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry. Hold on. So the amended version. Yes, the full advisory recommended favorable action as amended. There's one small amendment that they made, replacing the word coverage with healthcare in the resolved clause. So it's a minor technical change. So coverage as opposed to healthcare. Universal, affordable, and accessible coverage for all residents. So the advisory committee, by a vote of 17 in favor, 1 opposed, and 7 abstentions, recommended favorable action.
So at this point, it appears that this resolution is essentially saying that the town of Brookline would like to encourage pursuit of a single-payer system.
Correct.
And it no longer makes reference to any specific title.
Right, doesn't talk about Medicare for all. Right.
Right. Michael.
I will note, and I found this a little confusing when I read it, there is a reference to single payer in one of the whereas clauses, I believe, but in the resolution it says to develop and establish a state healthcare system that provides universal, affordable, and accessible healthcare and for all residents, etc. Does not necessarily refer to single payer as the means for that, but maybe that's a presumption, but I don't necessarily think that's the only way.
So what would members like to do with this? Do you want more time to consider it? Are you ready to just vote on it? John?
I feel ready to vote on it. I mean, at the same time, I'm not sure what we can expect from this when it reaches the legislative level. And I'm not sure that we've had a thorough vetting of all of the questions that need to be considered, but I don't kid myself that, by vote of a resolution of the town of Brookline, that we are taking responsibility for fixing the medical insurance system in this country, which is seriously broken. But at least we're saying there needs to be movement in the direction of a single-payer system, and that's good enough for me.
So do you want to make a motion?
I move
11:10.
I move that we, by vote of the select board, indicate our support of Article 21.
All right, Bernard, your vote? No. We'll come back to you. John?
Yeah, aye.
Paul?
I'm going to abstain.
Michael?
I assume you mean recommend favorable action?
That's
Yes,
what
I
he meant.
do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Bernard?
I'm going to abstain also.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm touched, Bernard.
That I voted with you?
So 3
I
ayes
do that a
and
lot, Paul.
2 abstentions. And with that, we will now move to informative session FY 2027 and FY 26 Community Development Block Grant.
What's that?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, 3 minutes? No, is that too short? Just kidding. She had 3 minutes.
I need to use the. All right.
All right. I'll take it from the. Okay. No, that's fine. So glad you still have her. That's up to you. Okay. All right, sure.
I'd really appreciate a self-driving car.
Well, not self-driving, but you have a car.
I am ready. So good night, members of the select board. I am David Guzman with the planning department, the community development administrator, and I'm gonna give you an update about the CDBG process for fiscal year 27. So the purpose of the annual action plan is to outline how funds, hot funds, will be used to address the town's housing and community development needs for the upcoming fiscal year. It also serves as a framework to guide a transparent public process for allocating these funds. In addition, the action plan ensures that the town continues to make measurable progress towards the goals established in the 5-year consolidated plan that we discussed and approved last year. So for this fiscal year, we anticipate approximately receiving 1.3 million in available funding based on prior year's allocation. So the priority needs identifying the annual action plan focus on several key areas. This included rehabilitation of existing affordable housing units to preserve long-term affordability, support for economic development through job training initiatives, and improvements to public facilities, particularly to enhance ADA accessibility. In addition, the plan supports a range of public services, such as senior transportation programs, assistance with food costs, and other essential community-based services. As you may know, the CDBG program follows statutory requirements. The CDBG program is funding is subject to federal allocation limits that guide how funds can be distributed. Up to 15% of the total allocation may be used for public services, and up to 20% may be allocated for program administration. The remaining 65% must be directed toward eligible programs and activities such as housing, economic development, and public facility improvements. Within these guidelines, the town's proposed allocation prioritizes the rehabilitation of existing affordable housing, support for job training and economic development initiatives, improvements to public facilities with a focus on ADA accessibility, and essential public services, including senior transportation and food assistance. This approach ensures that we remain compliant with federal requirements while addressing the most pressing needs in our community. So far in the current environment, we have followed 4 steps within this process. Number one has been the release of a request for proposals between the period of December 15, 2025 and January 23rd. And the intention of that release is just to capture prospective participants in users of the CDBG program. And then we have a public meeting, a public hearing. So the intention actually is to have the CDBG Advisory Committee reviewing all the responses from the RFP process with the guidance of staff from the Housing and Community Planning Division. And then the public comment period is the step number 3, and we are just going through that process. We open from April 1st through May 1st, 30-day public period comment as required by HUD. So we are going to be receiving written comment from the public. And then the expectation is to come back on May 12th so we can do a public hearing with the select board to vote and to authorize the submission to HUD of the annual action plan fiscal year 27. So what we're doing today in April 7 is an update, is a preliminary informative session to the select board on CDBG activities so far in preparation for the fiscal year 27. So on the meeting on March 17, we got extensive feedback from the CDBG advisory board, and so far, so based on estimated allocation of $1,368,250. So we discussed the allocation according to the caps, the 15% cap for public services, 20% cap for staffing, and then the remaining for housing and other eligible activities. And the CDBG advisory came up with some preliminary allocations that they are going to be subject to the select board deliberation and approval at the public hearing on May the 12th. So we can go through them. And essentially we have a couple of projects, housing projects, Brookline CDC project, formerly Brookline Improvement Coalition. We have a major roof replacement project with High Street veterans property from the VHA. We also have a minor repair and improvement project at 2 life communities, as you may see in the memo and as you may see in the presentation as well, for a subtotal of $733,718. Then we also have a discussion and conversation about public services, and we have all prospective subrecipients to come to this public hearing and to present. So we have so far 4: BHA, typical resident services program, the TRIPS program with the Brookline Council on Aging, and then the Steps to Success Work Connections program, and then the food pantry for food cost and needs. And then, as usual, we have a 20% allocation to staffing. So we have 3 lines: CD administration, which is the administration of the entire CDBG grant. Housing division, we have many activities that support actually administration of projects like the High Street roof replacement in BHA property, and then the comprehensive planning process, which is led by my colleague Jay Collins, who is here present. So this is what has been happening so far. We also have a previous year allocation chart that we want to show you, but we would like to reflect and just give you the opportunity to comment on this allocation. And again, this is subject to a final approval from the select board in a public hearing scheduled for May the 12th. And we also are receiving public comment during a 30-day period to articulate in a better way this annual action plan process to HUD. So I'm gonna leave these proposed allocations open, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions and receive any comments about this process so far. Yeah.
Any questions, comments, Michael?
Thank you,
David.
and thank you to the
Yeah.
team for bringing this forward and helping the advisory committee to come to their recommendations. And I also want to thank the other members of the committee who participated in this, in producing these recommendations. I did have one question. In section C, under staffing, it says 20% cap. And I noticed that 429,293 is more than 20% of the total request. So could you just elucidate for the committee what that number consists of and what the 20% actually applies to?
Yeah, well, the first highlight here is that, so this staffing level is covering 3 full-time positions, and they are scattered across city administration, the housing division, and the comprehensive planning. So in order to fully understand this, we have to disaggregate some of those costs, which they are going to make it for the 20% cap. So for instance, do you want to talk about this, Iwana? I appreciate that. Good news is that we have one position not fully dependent on CDG funds now, and it's being covered by housing trust funds. So that line item actually lowered down when compared with previous years.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Iwana Lindo-Smith. I'm the Housing and Community Planning Director. That 20% you were talking about, what happens here, we combine any administration cost besides a specific application that we're going to be working with, a project that we're going to be working with. So in order to carry out things like doing monitoring on our affordable housing, lotteries that come in and so forth, we do have the housing staff, that's their part of it, but we're able to take that money from the 80%, the 80, is it 85%? 65%, I'm sorry. We're able to take some of those funds from that 65% to fund that staffing because they're directly working with the rehab projects or the other housing capital improvements that we're doing. The 20%, however, covers the administration of the grant, along with the comprehensive plan also falls under administration. So we cover the person or community planner and or CD administrator there, the 20%. However, because it's covering staff, we put them together and say to you, this is staffing cost, because we can't, that's just what it is.
Okay. Thank you. I
explained that well. And
yes.
Please feel free to call us anytime. We're so happy to answer questions and to clear whatever it is that you gentlemen or anyone in the public needs to know. We're happy to clear it up. So.
Anyone else have questions? Paul?
I have one comment. First, thanks for all that you do. I'm going to miss you. For folks, staff members like this that work all day long and then they stay up until 11:30 at night so they can give us a presentation, it would be so great if we actually front-loaded the day for staff. If they're going to give presentations like this, they should be earlier in the agenda and not last as we're approaching midnight. That'd just be my suggestion. I know you had a long day and you've had a long night, and you're going to get up tomorrow and do it again. So,
yes.
just a suggestion for future agendas to maybe cut our staff a little slack.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're most welcome, and have a good night, and thank you for having us.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
All right, and with that, we will now go to overlay surplus request. Question of authorizing the town administrator to transmit a letter seeking certification of any available overlay surplus to the Board of Assessors.
Yes. We're looking to certify an overage. We think that there's an overage in the overlay account. We think the assessors will agree. If that money is certified, we will use it for next year's budget to do necessary capital projects and improvements.
Do we need to know the amount?
We're asking for a blank amount. I think it will probably be around $1.8 million. But remember,
That's a lot.
yes, the reserve fund this year is busted. We're tapped. So this is to fund projects like the transfer station.
Okay. So I move authorizing the town administrator to transmit the letter. Discussion. Second?
Second.
All right. Bernard, your vote?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So next, we have annual town election. Question of approving the following actions related to the May 2026 annual town election. Vote to issue the warrant for the annual town election for May 5th, and vote to appoint a new Democratic Registrar of Voters as presented in the town clerk's memo.
I move both items.
Any discussion?
Second.
All right. Bernard, your vote? All right, I'll come back to you. John, your vote?
Aye.
Sorry, aye.
All right, Bernard also votes aye. Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Is there anyone who wants to make public comment? Seeing none, that concludes our meeting. Oh, sorry. Looks like Bernard is
wait,
going to
David?
say. Go ahead, Bernard.
Yeah. Paul had got a big laugh out of the fact that I voted abstain on the Medicare for All warrant article. I just want to explain to the public, for the last week, I've spent most of my time in a medical facility. So I've been able to catch up with a lot of the materials, but not that. So I didn't feel that I really had the basis for saying yay or nay on that warrant article. So, Paul, I may still vote with you later on.
I was merely touched, Bernard, by you voting with me. I was honored. My wife, as you know, is in medicine. She'll give me some grief, but I'm reserving that vote for town meeting. I'm probably going to abstain on most articles the remainder of my tenure on the board, so I can vote cleanly at town meeting.
So very briefly before we adjourn, I guess a public comment of sort I will make. It has been brought to the attention of several of us, I believe, that there's some concern about the tax calculator for the override campaign.
Sure.
And I'm wondering where staff currently stands in terms of possibly reconfiguring the calculator to also show the built-in increase from our debt exclusions.
So I think the problem there is, one, for the last several overrides, we've done it this way. And so it would be a change in practice to shift away from how we have done it. And remember, it's hard to calculate someone's full tax bill. I mean, it's easier to do it for 27 than it is for 28 and 29, because then you're really just extrapolating out. But you've got to remember that there is the 2.5% increase, there's new growth, but new growth is not spread evenly. What if, for example, your building, you put up a new fence, say, and the assessor catches it, and all of a sudden your property value has gone up? That's new growth. That winds up getting factored in. The bill winds up being more complicated. You know, is it a primary residence? Do you have residential exemption? All that stuff winds up being factored in. The cleanest way to get a number that is clear to folks is how much is it going to go up because of the override? That's the easiest piece of information. Once you get beyond that, you start getting increasingly speculative about what that is. And so right now what it says is, here, you know, we've tried to make very clear on the website, on every page, it says if you use this calculator, just be advised, this is not how much your taxes will go up, it's by how much extra they would go up if an override passed. We will obviously continue to have discussions based on the feedback you and the public provide. But it's a tough situation to be in, right? Because you don't want to be accused of fudging the numbers, providing inaccurate information, guessing low, guessing high. That number winds up being much clearer in terms of what can and can't be what's kind of a source of truth.
Michael?
I think there's two separate questions here, and I appreciate your explanation of the complexity of the number. I'm wondering whether the label for that number is part of the source of concern, because I think there was some reference to the use of the word total as part of the label of that number, which led to the misinterpretation of that number. So it's just something to check.
I'll make sure when we go back to the website that we clarify the label as much as possible as well. Because we tried to be very comprehensive in the disclaimer that we put on the website that
Right.
this is a tool that does not tell you the full tax burden that you may face in FY27, because we don't want to be in a situation where someone then takes that and goes to the assessor and says, wait a minute, your calculator said I was going to pay this and I'm paying this, because it's an estimate.
So first, thanks for bringing this up. I'm glad, because I thought you were going to bring it up and you didn't, but that's okay. I share the concerns, Jazz. I think you and I have spoken about this.
Yeah.
My concern is that if we don't do it, someone else is going to do it.
Yes.
And we're going to have three sources of truth. The Yes campaign has a calculator. The No campaign is going to have a calculator. And by the way, I know they're working on this. They're going to come up with a 3-year estimate. I would prefer that the select board and town administrator do it. We publish it. We publish what our assumptions are. We're assuming a 3.1 between 2.5 plus new growth. And, all things being equal, this is what your tax bill would be for 27, 28, and 29 without the override and with the override. And without the override, it would include the 2.5 growth, Pierce, fire stations, and whatever else is in there. And then right below it is, and this is how much more it will go up. If we don't do it, someone else is going to do it, and we're going to regret if they inflate it to the point where their assumptions scare people. It may scare people anyway, but
Let's do this. Let's put this on for next week so that we can continue to have this
we're
conversation.
going to do it, but we have to do it quick because
I have your feedback. I'm going to try and I understand the urgency of it, and so we'll.
people are now going to the calculator.
Yes, people were going to the calculator before it was officially live, so people are very engaged in Brookline.
Yeah, I want to just apologize if that's the right word. I did indicate I was intending to bring this up, and then I got distracted with the issue of signs on tree lawns. But I'm glad, David, that you remembered that a couple of us have had conversations with people who've written to the board. And I want to sort of underscore what Paul has said, and I think what others are thinking right now. We do actually know a lot. We know it's going to go up 2.5 for starters, year after year.
Yep.
The commercial growth, which is not all that predictable, nonetheless has nothing to do with this. It's going to be a good thing to have, but in terms of the impact on people's tax bills, it's going to be the 2.5%. It's going to be the impact that we're carrying exempted debt either for school projects or we're carrying a previous override from 2023, and it's going to be the known impact carried forward of this override. So, sure, there's going to be, a little bit of variation perhaps, depending on a little bit of this factor and a little bit of that factor, but we know the basic numbers. We've spun out and we've talked about these numbers, and we even had estimates at prior meetings of the select board and of the expenses and revenues committee. It's going to be X percent in the first year, X percent in the second year, X percent in the third year, cumulatively this. And for us to be in a position of handing people a calculator and saying this is what you're going to be able to use to figure out what you're going to be paying in taxes 3 years from now at the end of this period of the override, and then it turns out it tells you, oh, it's only going to be $100 a month, when in fact, at the end of 3 years, it'll turn out their tax bill, if it's like on a median property, has gone up, I hope I remember the number correctly, something like $6,000. I'm pretty sure, Paul, you might know better than
No,
that.
let's be careful with floating numbers right now.
Yeah.
I think Chaz has heard the feedback. I know you met with the team.
We're working on it.
If it can be done, he's going to do it. I just would strongly encourage we do it because someone else is going to do it, and we're going to go, damn, that thing's not right. Like, we're just gonna be unhappy about it.
But I will say, right, you know, I think that's going to happen anyway. I think you can make an optimistic projection and you can make a pessimistic projection. You can make projections that, you know, for example, compound the, you know, make an assumption about where the total levy is going to be in 28 and then compound it in 29 and say your numbers are too low. You could say you're not calculating the residential exemption properly. The number is too high. People, you know, what is it? Lies, damn lies, and statistics. People are going to spin this no matter what. I want us to balance, you know, giving the most information we can with being fair and accurate.
And if we don't even make the effort, it looks like we're not being as transparent as we should be. And I understand your explanation, but as Paul and John mentioned, we have some idea as to what the increases will be independent of an override. So and even if we explain what those assumptions are that build this new model, I think that's a safer approach than automatically having our calculator discounted.
Okay.
Right. I would second your remark about assumptions, to just enumerate all of them in terms of the valuation of the property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
This is helpful feedback. Thank you.
Well, and if just to finish Michael's thought there, there is always a known median property. So sure, I mean, everybody's tax bill is going to be different, you know, and it's going to be different for condos as it is for 3 families, as it is for single families.
Right.
But there's that median, and, you know, you can use the median, which is a known, you know, quantity. You can use the known exemption on the median, and you know, pretty much get a number for what the tax bill will be 3 years from now for the median property.
The calculator, you don't need to do it for the calculator does it for your property. You plug in your address, it does it for your property.
Right, but it doesn't sort of give everybody one number that is kind of a generalized number.
You don't want a generalized number. You want the one for your property.
Right.
Well,
that's what you want.
That's the purpose of the calculator.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be great to go home.
Yes, it would be great to go home.
All right, we can continue this.
And again, and as you said, I know time is of the essence here. We will continue working on this, and we'll have an update for you next week.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. All right, adjourned.
Yeah.
Bye.
Get well, Bernard.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.